Good morning. Welcome to our Budget Committee meeting for Monday, January 30th, 2023. I'd like to call this meeting to order at this time and ask if there's any declarations of interest. Seeing none, I will move to our land acknowledgement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty First Nations and other Indigenous people. And on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of these lands and territories. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in this responsibility. Before we begin, I would like to ask for a moment of silence respecting the passing of former Ontario Lieutenant Governor David Onley, who passed on January 14th, and former Mayor of Mississauga, Hazel McCallion, who passed on January 29th, 2023, family and friends. Thank you. We are really thrilled to welcome Abby Lunney, who's joining us here this morning. Abby played with Team Canada at the 2023 IIHF Ice Hockey Under-18 Women's World Championship held in Sweden this past January, bringing home the gold medal with a 10-0 win over Sweden. That in itself is impressive. Abby, on behalf of Council and our residents, congratulations to you on this spectacular achievement. We are all very proud of you, as we know your family is that are here today with you as well. The opportunity to play on Team Canada is an experience of a lifetime. And having read many of the media articles, I know this was a dream of yours since you began playing hockey. Achieving your goal at your age does not happen without an incredible amount of hard work, passion, and dedication. You have certainly demonstrated that perseverance pays off and opens the door to many opportunities, such as playing for Team Canada. You are a positive role model, and the example you have set, hard work pays off, will resonate with so many young athletes. Abby has played with Central York Panthers since first learning the game of hockey, and while this is her final year with them, she has great new experiences ahead. Abby will be continuing her education at Nipissing University this fall, bringing her skills to their Lakers hockey team. It is important that I acknowledge Abby's family who are here today. I know that they have been a strong support system for you, Abby, and have been with you every step of the way to ensure you realize your dreams and your goals. Again, on behalf of Council and our residents, Abby, I congratulate you on winning the gold medal and wish you success in the years ahead. For the presentation and the photo, we are set up here with extra tables preparing for our budget meeting, Abby. If you could please join us outside in the council chambers, and of course, family, if you'd like to come too, that would be terrific, and we'll do some pictures there. So we'll just ask if I could have a motion to take a recess, please. Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor, and that's carried. And away we go.
We're now live.
Thank you very much. We will now resume the Budget Committee meeting. For committee meetings, there are no seconders required. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Scott Crone. Be it resolved that Council present a Lunney with a certificate acknowledging her achievement as a Team Canada Gold Medalist for the 2023 International Ice Hockey Federation Under-18 Women World Championship. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Great way to start the day. We're under item E, deputations. There are no deputations at this time. I will move to item F, and that is 2023 proposed business plan and budget. And Mr. Webster, I would turn it over to you at this point.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome all to our 2023 budget deliberations and business plan discussions. And just wanted to make a few opening comments as we sit here on a snowy Monday, and that this started quite a while ago. And by this, I refer to the fact that each and every year we try to take the council-approved strategic plan, and we try the best we can to align our community outcomes and corporate objectives with the strategic plan. And following such is the resource envelope and requirements that becomes our budget. And we've done this over the years in different iterations. And what makes this term different at this point in time is we don't quite have a council-approved strategic plan yet. We've been working diligently at it. Margot Begine and her facilitation team have done a terrific job. And there's clearly 5 theme areas that have developed as our key strategic objectives that the council would like to achieve. And today's business plan and budget brings that forward for discussion and deliberation. I will remind council that we have 3 full-day sessions booked at this point in time, today, a Wednesday, and then following Wednesday to continue, and more sessions and time, if required, is clearly available. So just some opening comments for what does good government and good budgets look like. And you know, we're very proud of the fact that we have one of the lowest tax rates. I think it's the lowest in York Region, and one of the best positions in Ontario as far as debt levels being 0 at this point in time, and reserve levels. And we've worked hard to achieve those outcomes. And moving forward, there's challenges with us. We acknowledge the passing of Mayor Hazel McCallion, and I was a Mississauga resident at one point. And at one point of her career, there was 10 years of 0% increase, and that was the norm for government at the time. And I think one of the things we've been able to do as a town, from elected officials to the administration, is learn that good government really means you take your base program and your existing service levels and programs and services, and you do your best to align them with the rate of inflation. And we've done that for the last many, many years. Then there's additional considerations that are important to achieve the council community outcomes and corporate priorities. So this year mirrors that as well. Our base budget is at 2.8%, which is, I guess it's actually half the rate of inflation that's tracking at this time. But there are a number of additional elements and considerations that staff have brought forward for discussion today, and we look forward to the discussion. The final thing I was going to say is we tend to, in prior years, focus on the budget side, and the business plans were discussed, but not to a great extent. And so in accordance with discussions we've had through the strategic plan process, we've tried to separate the corporate priorities that come from the departmental summaries for what the achievements will be for 2023. And The draft that came out of this budget, business plan and budget binder had them aligned with our 4 prior approved council strategic plan priorities. And we were fortunate that Margot and her team have populated them now into the 5 categories that have been determined at this point in time. And so what we have this morning is a refresh of where we are with the key corporate priorities and community outcomes established under the 5 proposed strategic plan pillars. And on that note, I was going to pass it over to Treasurer Warren Marshall and Vala Dima and Carolyn Brown, who lead our finance team, and to Margot as well to kick this session off. But I think Treasurer Marshall would like to provide some opening context.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of Budget Committee. Today is day 1 of several days of budget deliberations. We'll be going through our discussions over the next few days. The plan, if you can go to the next slide, please. The plan that we have over the next few days is we have a bit of a presentation that gives a bit of background that sets the tone for the budget discussions. We'll be giving you a high-level overview of what the 2023 budget contains, and we'll be going into the detailed departmental budget discussions. But before that, as CAO Webster indicated, Margot Beijing, the General Manager of Development Services, will be leading you through a review of the 2023 key priorities that we have drafted for your consideration, and showing the link to the strategic plan that is being developed now. So I'll pass it over to General Manager. Thanks.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. And is it your preference that I go from here, podium, does it matter?
I think you're fine now.
Okay, great. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the intent here, as directed by Council, was to try to pull out some of the strategic objectives that are aligned with the budget and look at them purely in the context of the priorities themselves as the business plan that we're building. So we know that we are getting close, I believe, to completing the strategic plan. I think we've landed on, we've landed on some strategic initiatives, and those certainly have informed the business plan and budget, and those in turn will support the departmental and individual work plans going forward. So the 5 key priority areas are reflected here. You'll note that in the budget document, we're still in the process of marrying these 2 strategic priority areas with the former 4. So it'll be a bit of a process, and through the review process, we'll be able to refine and ultimately reflect a budget that is in alignment with the final strategic plan. Next slide, please. So the culture of municipal excellence, this is sort of a high-level summary of across all departments of the corporate priorities that were identified. Just wanted to invite council to ask any questions or provide comment, particularly if you think that there is something that you expected to see that's missing, or if something requires some additional attention. I think it's to be able to consider it just in the context of the overall business plan. And then at the departmental level, that's when resources and staff time obviously get attached to these initiatives, and the actual more granular level tactics to how we achieve these objectives.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I'm wondering if we could, this is the first we're seeing this, correct? It's not in our book.
It is reflected, this is an amalgamation of all of the items, so it's across all departments. So each of these strategic priorities does appear in the book under the relevant department. But it was our understanding that council wanted to see them sort of extrapolated from the individual budgets and be able to consider them as strategic priorities without the numbers attached initially.
Yes, that's great, just that this is the first time we're seeing it, so it's a lot to read right now in the meeting. So I'm just wondering if this is something that we could have, so that we can go away and look at it and spend some time on it, and then come back to approve it, because this, and I so appreciate you doing this. This is what we had asked for, it's just that we haven't had time to see this yet, in this format.
So maybe through you, Madam Mayor, we can, at your discretion, sort of, I can go through what's here. We can have a sort of a look at it and then come back to it. And once we've reflected, the intent is that you'll see these strategic priorities reflected throughout the budget process, and that at the end of the day, what we're hoping to achieve is that every staff action and initiative, every program, every project that we initiate should in some way have a clear tie back to the overall strategic priorities. And then the budget process is simply determining what the appropriate resources are to attach to these strategic priorities and tactics. So on the next slide, you'll see, if we go to the next slide, please. This is a summary of, again, high-level quality programs and services. So it sort of speaks to, as a corporation, our high-level objectives to achieve our goals with respect to delivering customer-centric service and high-quality programs, and being innovative approaches to service delivery. The next slide, please. Environmental stewardship is a new standalone strategic priority. The objectives that you see reflected here were identified and originally embedded in the combined category of responsible growth and environmental protection. So environmental stewardship now, these aren't necessarily, some of them are new strategic priorities, but some of them are reflect a continuation of effort that was identified in previous budget years, but we've pulled them out to try to highlight where the focus is on, specifically on environmental stewardship.
Go ahead, Councillor Carruthers.
Should there also be a nugget there for the work that Chris is doing on a climate action plan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the promote the
Oh, I
third
see it
bullet,
there,
yeah,
okay.
that's meant to sort of encapsulate all of the policy development that my colleague Chris will be doing, as well as stuff that will be happening at the departmental level.
Okay, sorry, this is the first time we're sort of seeing
Yeah,
this, so
for sure.
I think it should be a standalone nugget, because I think that is important. So we're promoting and supporting environmental programs is fantastic, but that is a standalone objective that we want to be able to say, yes, we achieved it, or no, we didn't achieve it. And I don't want us to wiggle out of it by saying, oh, yeah, we promoted and supported environmental programs, check that box, when really where we're looking in this term of council to have a climate action plan, environmental strategy, and a community energy plan updated. So those things should be standalone items that we can say, yes, they were achieved, or no, they weren't.
And through you, Madam Mayor, you will see those itemized when we get to corporate services, and there'll be specific resources attached to each of those items. But if I'm understanding correctly, where that might show up in the strategy document is as a key deliverables, where they're broken out as specific key deliverables. Thank you. Next slide, please. So responsible growth, again, reflects cross-departmental commitments and objectives around ensuring responsible growth and responding to the growing community. There is, admittedly, a little bit of interpretation in terms of where these objectives fit and, where they best align. So that's certainly open to interpretation and discussion, should council feel that some of the things that we've identified perhaps better fit under a different strategic heading. And the last slide, please, of this section. and build complete communities. Again, try to reflect the strategic priorities that most closely align with Council's discussion through the strategic planning process around 15-minute neighborhoods, walkability, infill of stranded communities, those types of things, and then the other elements that support complete and connected and balanced communities, such as broadband expansion. I think that's it for me. Next slide, please. Yeah, that was it for that section. So with your indulgence, Madam Mayor, we can, at your discretion, come back and revisit this. But again, this won't be the last time that you see those objectives. You'll see each department will reference back to those strategic priorities as we move through the budget discussions.
Mr. Webster.
Just to make a comment, Madam Mayor, we were trying to make a tactical decision whether to bring it forward in the 4 sort of dated priorities or to evolve it. And I think it is important to note that none of these are really just on their standalone. They come from a consolidation. And so we've asked each department head this year for a different tact. And you're going to see it, I think, with Mr. Karmazin with the first presentation. So normally we do the organization chart and then we jump into numbers and initiatives. And so we're asking each department head to post on their full corporate priorities and objectives for 2023 that have been developed at this time. And I think it's a real good opportunity. We've done it as a management team, but from listening to the strategic plan discussions, you start putting tick boxes beside some of the themes and some of the key priorities. And that's what we really want to do, is continue to have this list evolve. And we acknowledge that this that corporate objectives they're in draft and they're here for discussion, and they're just as important as the numbers that support them and the community outcomes. So bearing that in mind, we'll be taking close note of the discussions on the business plan objective side for certain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as CAO Webster indicated in his introduction, one of the things we strive to do when we go through our budgets each year is to align any increases on our base programs and services with the rate of inflation. And this graph, as you can see, shows how Council has successfully managed to align those tax increases with inflation. There is an anomaly when the pandemic hit. Council made a decision to provide relief to residents during this time, and in 2020, for the 2021 budget, passed a 0% increase on the tax levy, which also embedded a 0.5% dedicated contribution towards community safety and operating new facilities. And in 2022, also passed a 0% increase on the base programs and services, but an additional 1% for operating the Health and Active Living Plaza and for hiring new staff. So, and to provide context for this year's budget, inflation for 2022 started at about a bit over 5%, peaked at 7.9% in June, and has kind of rested around 6% as of December. The average for 2022 was 6.8%. Next slide, please. So for the past few years, we like to compare what the relative taxes are for a homeowner in York, East Gwillimbury as compared to the rest of York Region. And relative taxes means the actual amount that a homeowner is paying on a similar two-story detached dwelling. And as you can see, once again, we're about 24% lower than the average homeowner in York Region, which equates to about $1,000 difference in taxes. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you. I'm looking at this graph, and I'm wondering which municipalities exactly they are. I would like to see a graph chart that shows, that identifies which municipalities we're comparing ourselves to, just so I know.
So through you, Madam Mayor, they're the municipalities in York Region. We haven't called out each municipality because we don't want to really like identify ones that are higher or what's lower, because really it's to show how we're doing in comparison with York Region, as opposed to saying, like, for example, King is way higher than we are, or Vaughan is way higher than we are. We've tried to do that, but if you'd like some of the detail, we can provide that to you, because we know which municipality is which, so.
Thank you, yes, through you, Madam Mayor, because I would like to know which ones, just for comparison's sake, that it's identified in the chart, but without names, I think it would be more helpful to have the names.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So the next slide, please.
Councillor Crone has a question.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Marshall. Appreciate the slide and your sensitivity to the other municipalities. We don't want to flaunt our success too much. Just curious, though, the numbers here, you have 15% and 24%. Is that the most recent? Because I know some of our neighbors have done their budgets up already and have taken rate. So I was just wondering if this was reflective of the most up-to-date information, or is it as of prior to Christmas?
So through you, Madam Mayor, it doesn't reflect budgets that have been recently passed. It's based on the BMA study that was just released a couple months ago. So it's basically 2022 data.
Thank you very much.
Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. So my question to you is, again, with relation to this chart, is does each taxpayer in East Gwillimbury pay the same rate as a taxpayer in the other municipalities?
So through you, Madam Mayor, each municipality has a different tax rate, but it's also based on the assessed value as well. So the equation is, it also depends on the amount of taxes that the municipality is collecting as well. So there's a couple of factors that come into it that result in a relative tax payment. So tax rate is one part of the calculation. So each municipality has a different tax rate.
Right, okay. So again, through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just trying to, for the sake of the public as well as council, have a very clear idea of exactly what we're comparing, and that we're comparing oranges to oranges rather than oranges to apples. And I think another slide might be helpful, which shows the split between the town taxes and the region taxes, and what goes to education, et cetera.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, just to assist a little bit, as the treasurer indicated, the actual tax rates will vary depending on assessed values in various municipalities. What we're comparing, to your point, Councillor, is apples and apples, because we're looking at comparable dwellings, and we're saying if you live in a dwelling in East Gwillimbury that has these characteristics and attributes, perhaps a two-story dwelling, X number of square feet, and you compare it to the same dwelling in another municipality, what does the tax bill look like? So it's what's coming out of your pocket in EG versus in other municipalities for a comparable dwelling. I believe that's what we're doing, Mr. Marshall, to make sure, to your point, that in fact we're comparing similar scenarios and not apples and oranges.
Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
So just to clarify, this is just the municipal portion of it, doesn't include the education or the regional taxes?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. Okay.
Go ahead,
Oh.
please. Oh, go ahead.
Just briefly, we were discussing how timely this information was. The slide says that it's based on a 2021 study, so that's what we're looking at from 2021.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's 2021 data, but it was issued in 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, just a point of clarification, just Mr. Marshall, just going back to the question that Councillor Crothers asked, I believe the lines up there include the education and regional taxes in the total number, but what you're going to see that's differentiating the bars is simply the town of East Gwillimbury portion.
Yep.
So in other words, the education tax portion and the region tax portion will be the consistent through those bars. So what is differentiating the length of those bars is the town portion. But a bill, if you look at East Gwillimbury line there and you see a relative tax of just over $4,000, that would include town, region, and education.
Yes, that's, yeah, sorry, my apologies. That is correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. So two of the things that, the two main things that a municipality charges its residents for services is property taxes and water and sewer servicing. So we just saw on the tax side how we compare, but we've heard comments about our water rates and that they're on the higher side. So we've looked at both of them together to see where we compare. And turns out that we remain the lowest in terms of our water and tax when you combine them. And it's about a 13% difference in comparison with the average York region resident, which is about $700 per household.
Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you. And so, but is the water rate not controlled by the region and the province?
So through you,
Yeah,
through you, Madam Mayor. There's two parts to the water rate. The region of York provides water supply and wastewater servicing and treatment, and we buy that service from them. So that's about 2/3 of the bill or our expenditures, and then there is a town component for town expenditures as well. So there's a municipal component and a regional component.
And again, through you, Madam Mayor. And so this graph is showing both the regional and the municipal combined?
Madam Mayor, yes, it's the total bill that we would issue to our residents, which includes the regional component that's passed through.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So when we tabled the budget in December, we were asked to provide some information on our historical surpluses. So this slide is an indication of how our surpluses have been over the past several years. So as you can see, we've had minimal surpluses or deficits up until we hit our first major wave of development in 2016 and 2017. So and when that happened, the development fees came in and caused an increase in what we had predicted. So that's where you see that large increase in the development supported fees. So in 2018 and 2019, as homes were occupied, the supplemental tax assessment came through and homes started being occupied and using water, and that caused a surplus in our tax-supported and our water rate-supported programs as well. In 2020, the pandemic hit, and some of our services, we couldn't offer them during that period. So our part-time and program-related staff hirings were reduced, and that caused a surplus in our tax-supported program as well. and as well increased, with people staying home, we had increased water volumes, which also added to our surplus on our water rates supported. And then in 2021, we experienced a spike in our building permits. We issued about 1,200 building permits during that time, so that's where you'll see the increase in the development-supported surplus area. Next slide, please. So we've used these budget objectives several years now. And it's a summary of what objectives or goals that we use when we try to develop our budget. And basically, we want to make sure that we're allocating our funding to one, service growth, to enhance our services, to promote efficiencies in the corporation, to have funds available to replace assets when they're needed, and to compensate our staff appropriately. And we're doing all this in the framework of making sure that our tax increases on the base programs are in line with inflation. So that's what we use every year as we develop our budgets and business plans. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of the budget process over the next couple weeks. So today, after our presentation, we'll be going through the individual departmental budgets, the tax-supported side, the development fee supported, and we'll also be going through the capital. So we anticipate that that's going to probably take a couple days, so that'll leak over into day two. Day two, we'll be also receiving presentations from our community groups and the library. And then we'll continue on with our discussions where we left off from day one. Our regular council session on February 7th, we're going to be tabling the water and wastewater budget. So we won't be going through that in day one or day two. We'll be tabling that on the next Tuesday. And then we have our third day, if required, to continue our discussions on business plan and budget. And hopefully we'll be in a position that we'll be able to present the budget for approval on February 22nd. Next slide, please. So this part we're going to start going into an overview of what the 2023 business plan and budget looks like. Our proposed expenditures for 2023 total $171 million. That includes $113 million of projects that have previously been approved by council, and the main one in particular is the Health and Active Living Plaza. Next slide, please. So what we'll be discussing over the next couple of days and looking for approval on is proposed budget expenditures of $58.2 million. And that includes $11.8 million of new capital. And I should note that the water, the amount in the water that's shown here is based on the 2022. It doesn't represent the amount that we have just recently sent out to you. So we'll be providing that as well on the 7th. So with that, I'm going to pass the presentation on to our Director of Finance, Valadima, who will be going through the details on the operating program.
Thank you. Any questions before we changed with Val? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Morning.
If we can go to the next slide, please. The key pressures on the tax-supported budget this year remain at 1.6, similar to the number that you saw in our kickoff presentation beginning of December. This pressure can be summarized by three main areas. Base programs and services, salaries and benefits account for approximately 2/3 of the town's tax-supported expenditures. 1.1 million of pressure comes from this area. The amounts you see here include salary, step, and merit adjustments, benefit cost adjustments, an allowance for a cost of living increase for all staff, as well as an allowance for the upcoming collective agreement when it's finalized. The second area where we see net cost pressures of approximately $300,000 is growth-related and modernization of services. These pressures include a CPI increase on the waste management contract, increased costs for software licensing, increased demands for training and professional development, as well as fees associated with increased volumes for bank fees and advertising costs. The third area of cost pressures is inflationary cost increases in the amount of approximately $200,000. Here we see the rising costs of fuel, natural gas, and hydro to operate our town vehicles and facilities. Equipment repair costs are rising, as well as the cost of running town events. The offsets for these cost pressures also comes from three areas. The first area is the in-year assessment growth. These are the properties that were added to the roll in 2022 after the final billing in June. In 2023, this will remain at 3%, or approximately $700,000, which is the same level we saw in 2022. The second area is projected supplemental assessment growth. Supplemental taxes come from properties that are added to the roll between June and December of the current year. This is expected to rise slightly over 2022 by approximately $100,000. Supplemental assessment growth varies each year and can be difficult to predict as it is independent on homes when they are assessed through MPAC. The final area available to fund the cost pressures in the tax-supported program is through a tax levy increase. Current required increase for base programs is 2.8%, or just under $800,000. Next slide, please. Additional considerations that are not included in the base budget of 2.8%. This slide is showing the breakdown of these items. They're listed here for council consideration. The first item is the multi-year funding plan for the Health and Active Living Plaza. I'll go into more detail on this in an upcoming slide. However, the proposed dedicated increase remains at 1%, which is equivalent to about $272,000 of the tax levy. The cost to the average household for EG of this increase is just under $20 per year. Second item listed here is consideration for new staffing requests for 2023. Many of the staffing requests that are listed are conversions and do not require additional funding, so the total amount for the consideration is $294,000, or 1.08%. This pressure is coming from the three proposed positions that I will discuss further in a couple of slides. Cost of this item annually for the average household is around $20. New or changed community group requests total approximately $96,000, or 0.36 of a tax increase. These requests will be reviewed in detail during the Mayor and Council section of the budget discussions, but I do have a slide coming up that summarizes them. Another item for consideration is a dedicated 1% tax increase for asset management. This will assist in ensuring we're preparing for the costs associated with extensive upcoming bridge repairs, and we'll go into that in a little more detail next. Next slide, please. In 2016, a multi-year funding strategy was created to begin to create tax room each year to offset the requirement of a large tax levy increase that would be required in the opening year of new facilities. To date, a total of $1.1 million has been allocated towards this funding plan. $200,000 of that was moved from the contribution to reserve accounts into the expense accounts to offset the operating costs of the operations center, leaving a current balance of $902,000. Next slide, please. It's estimated that the net operating costs of the Health and Active Living Plaza will total approximately $1.7 million annually. The current funding that has been previously dedicated is $902,000. This amount is included in the base budget. However, the proposed increase of an additional $272,000 has not been included. There's approximately $800,000 remaining to fund before the opening of the Health and Active Living Plaza. This is equivalent to a 1% dedicated tax increase over the next 3 years to reach the targeted operating costs. Next slide. This slide summarizes the new staffing requests for 2023. The request in green at the top, I promise it is green, it's hard to see on the slide. There's a full-time facilities maintenance technician, partially offset by existing part-time salaries, resulting in a tax requirement of approximately $50,000 or 0.18%. A staffing request for a full-time firefighter has been added since our initial presentation, as well as an operations technologist in the CIES department. We will go through more details on the staffing request after we've gone through department reviews, but general managers will be speaking to these during their sections as well. The bottom section is in blue, I promise. Conversions for fully funded positions. So they have a minimal impact. 2 of the positions, titled Customer and Community Service Specialists, are related to the library. The positions indicated for the Health and Active Living are the library position is actually a part-time position. Total annual cost from the Health and Active Living Plaza is $40,000, not the 80 listed here. Just a note for correction, it is correct on the staffing detail. The details, the 2 positions that are for the help are to show the full annual impact here. When we speak to those staffing requests, we will go into it in more detail, but it's to give you the idea of what the annual cost was. We do not propose to include that full annual cost for 2023, but moving forward, it would be the full year. Full details of all the staffing requests, including position descriptions, are available in the staffing summary section of the budget binders for your review. They'll also be discussed in detail, as I mentioned, by the general managers, and at the end of all the department reviews, we will go over new staffing requests in summary. Next slide, please. Each year, as part of the Mayor and Council budget, an amount of funding is allocated under community initiatives to support the advisory committees, working groups, and community groups. The base budget includes the amounts approved in 2022, but it does not include any changes in requests. As part of the funding commitment, groups are asked to provide an annual report explaining how the funds were used the previous year in the community. These detailed reports are available in the supplemental section of your binder. The requests will be reviewed in detail when we review the Mayor and Council section of the budget, likely on Wednesday. However, this slide shows a summary of the change requests that have been received. Please note the request from the Sharon Temple has been reduced to $30,000 as part of the expense related to a capital request that has been removed. Next slide, please. Over the past several years, the town has allocated a portion of tax levy funding to asset management reserves for the eventual replacement and major repair of infrastructure. Preliminary asset management plans and studies indicate that these reserve contributions need to be increased to meet the projected demands. Staff will be bringing further details on this to Council at the scheduled asset management workshop in February and throughout the year. However, there is a pressing concern staff would like to address with respect to bridge replacements. The current previously approved capital projects for bridge rehab is approximately $4.3 million. Estimated expenditures between 2022 and 2025 are expected to total approximately $7.3 million. The reserve balance and available funding for those bridge and rehab projects total approximately $6.5 million in that same time frame. This leaves us with a shortfall of $0.8 million. In order to alleviate the pressure, we are proposing a dedicated tax increase of 1% in 2023. The dedicated increase is in line with current trends we are seeing in other municipalities as they prepare for the future costs with a focus on fiscal responsibility. Next slide. In summary, the tax-supported budget for 2023 is proposed with a 2.8% tax levy increase to fund the base programs. This increase is approximately equivalent to $54 per year for the average homeowner in East Gwillimbury. Additional items for council consideration would amount to a further tax levy increase of 3.44%, or approximately $67 per year for the average homeowner. If all additional considerations were implemented, this would equate to 6.24% tax levy increase, or approximately $120 per year for the average homeowner. This budget allows for existing programs and services with the related growth to continue. It maintains its focus on modernization and transformation so that we can utilize technology to offer improved services and enhance service levels to residents. During the budget development process, we asked departments to forecast any requirements coming up in the next couple of years. The expectation at this point is the 2024 budget should align with inflation rates. Department reviews that follow this presentation will involve a much more detailed review of the individual budgets. We'll also have an opportunity to review the additional considerations in greater detail once department reviews are completed. At this time, I can also pause for any questions before I move to the next sections of the presentation.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The past few years, we've had a subcommittee take a look at the community initiatives portion of the budget. Will we be doing that this year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the subcommittee has already met,
Oh,
so we
great.
will be summarizing that meeting as part of the Mayor and Council budget review, so that you have that information.
Thank you. Perhaps, Madam Mayor, you can share with us who's on the committee and when they met, because that's news to me.
Go ahead.
Through you, I can answer that. So it was Councillor Foster, Councillor Leahy, Madam Mayor, and the finance team.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Jones, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. In relation to the slide, it speaks to the asset management contribution. And I just thought it struck me that we called out bridges specifically. And the fact is that we're talking about the work that does need to be done. And I am looking forward to our February 14th meeting that is going to speak further to asset management. And I'm glad that that timeline of the February 14th date is in advance of our approval of this budget. And I think that specifically you called out bridges, and I read on the slide the word expected expenditures. And I think to myself as the, as we're a new municipality in our growth, but we're also old. Like we've very much have a rich history, and so we also have older infrastructure as well. So a portion of older infrastructure. I know that we ballooned on our infrastructure. We've doubled in the last 5 years, so we've got a lot of great new infrastructure. But you're specifically calling out bridges, and I think that using the word expected and seeing these numbers, and I'm looking forward to diving into this February 14th meeting, when I see the additional funding required, I feel like that would be the additional funding required expected, as opposed to additional funding that is specifically required and that's it, everybody's good. And so I recognize that you are speaking about a dedicated tax increase of the $272,000 to help address the additional funding required expected, but I don't know that, quite frankly, that it goes far enough. And I think that there is a very tough balance that that staff has in meeting the expectations of the municipality, and I think that we as a board of directors, as the corporation, that we have a difficult job as well to balance that. But I wanted to highlight that we are only talking about bridges on this slide, and I also wanted to call out the fact that the use of the word expected was used, but then additional funding required, expected wasn't used, and I would like to highlight that it should be really additional funding required expected. So we don't know what we don't know, and I just wanted to say that. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any comments to that? Nope. Okay, good. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Okay. Next slide, please, Andrew. In addition to the tax-supported and capital budgets, we will also review the proposed development and fee-supported budget for 2023. These budgets are supported by fees, do not require additional tax funding. As fee revenue fluctuates year over year, reserves exist for each of the 5 main areas to help balance these fluctuations. In all of these areas combined, the main change that we see is to the salaries and benefits totaling approximately $175,000. These budgets, again, will be discussed in detail during the department reviews for each of these areas. I can now pass the presentation over to Carolyn Brown to discuss the capital component.
Thank you.
Good morning. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so capital submissions for 2023 total $11.8 million. This represents those projects that are being brought forward for your consideration, and it does not include capital costs that are anticipated associated with projects that are already ongoing and have been previously approved. As has been mentioned, it also does not include any of the 2023 water and wastewater services capital submissions, which we'll be discussing at a subsequent meeting. The 2023 submissions, as you can see here, are funded mostly from reserves. Submissions from the year focus on repair and replacement. They're more maintenance-oriented projects this year as opposed to taking on new initiatives or servicing growth. Over the 10-year period, you can see that we are expecting to spend over $265 million, the vast majority to be funded from development charges, so growth-related projects. The Health and Active Living Plaza is being mentioned several times. It accounts for almost 34% of the total 10-year forecast, and so that sort of determines the share of funding sources for our 10-year program. Next slide, please. Thank you. This slide shows the 2023 budget submissions in our 10-year program broken down by department. So as you can see, just over half of the 2023 program is associated with our CIES department, and then almost 20% with CPRC. Over the longer term, CPRC accounts for more than half of the 10-year forecast, and most of that is directly related to the Health and Active Living Plaza. It is the largest single project that Council has approved. Next slide, please. Thank you. As I mentioned, this year the capital budget focuses on asset repair and replacements. So some of our sort of key highlights are vehicle and equipment replacements, as well as investing in our future and planning for our future with the corporate asset management plan. It also includes growth management with a community secondary plan for the White Belt lands, as well as some various investments in our community today. Next slide, please. The town currently has a list of 140 capital projects that have been previously approved by council and staff are busy working on. They're at various stages of completion, and we've included a detailed list in your packages if you have any questions about any specific projects and where they stand. The total value of capital costs that remain to be incurred is $113.2 million. Some of the more significant projects that are included in that list, they're listed here, but I'll go through them. The Health and Active Living Plaza facility and park construction, architectural services for the expansion of the East Gwillimbury Sports Complex, an investment in our City View software for implementation and enhancements, the revitalization of Centre Street, a town gateway feature, as well as our road and bridge rehabilitation programs. So that's going to conclude our high-level review of the capital program. I can pause before passing it back to Mr. Marshall.
Questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to our presenter. A couple of things. The list of 140 capital projects, that sounds quite tasty. In my corporate life, when we had similar projects underway, we would have a quarterly update to that list that would be provided to all the executive. I was just wondering if such a beast is possible, that we don't necessarily have to cover it in council, but I wouldn't mind as a councillor seeing that periodically, just to see where we are, if we're on track and things like that, because I know, and I know not every project's going to be delivered within that fiscal year, and that sometimes these things have a tail of years and years and years, like the Help Center, for instance. So I was just hoping that would be something that we could maybe, as a council, receive periodically. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely, through you, Madam Mayor. Actually, last year, we implemented a process where we did quarterly reviews of the report as opposed to annually at budget time. So we meet with the department heads and review their meeting, make sure that the capital projects are funded, and then have a discussion of where we're at and if we're meeting milestones. So we'd be happy to share that information, perhaps summarize it in a report for council if it would be interesting.
Okay.
Mr. Webster?
Further to the, through you, Madam Mayor, further to that, on a quarterly basis, there's some other commitments that we're committed to, and one is to bring forward a status update of council outstanding resolutions that have been passed, that are works in progress. And so I think the capital side, and quite frankly, any anomalies on the operating side that we see, we generally have done this at mid-year, but I think quarterly could be very healthy to keep us abreast. It's something we do as a management team, but to do it in a public, transparent manner in front of council, I think is a very good deliverable and initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to staff. That was exactly the right answer. I appreciate. There's a few smiles on this side of the table, so I really do appreciate your response to that. My second question was with regards to the 10-year plan, and certainly where development charges are concerned, which helps development charges. I think we all agree are essential to our funding of big projects. And I know we don't have all the information yet, and so it's hard to plan, but 10 years did that bake into it the impacts of Bill 23? And I know we don't have all the answers yet, but it is a long time, and we know Bill 23 is going to have throw some curveballs at us. So I was just curious as to how you factored that in your 10-year plan.
Sure. So through you, Madam Mayor, the 10-year forecast, specifically development charge funded projects, is based largely on our development charge background study, which has not been amended since Bill 23 was passed. So, as more information becomes available to us and we make a plan on what we're going to do with our background study, we may have to revise the program. But we remain optimistic we'll be able to carry forward with our growth-related programs.
Okay, so thank you through you, Madam Mayor. If I understand correctly, we've constructed it based on historical trends and what we have. So knowing that Bill 23 is going to have an impact of that, we will probably have to revisit. And I'll certainly have more to comment about Bill 23 later on in our meetings on the budget. But for now, thank you for that information. I'm done. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you very much.
Next slide, please. So as I indicated earlier, we'll be tabling the water and wastewater budget on February 7th. One of the key factors that is included in the budget for water and wastewater is the provision of water and wastewater servicing from the region. So the region has approved annual increases to their water and wastewater rates of 3.3% on average each year, and that will be included in our budget. The component of the water and wastewater budget that is impacted by the region's rates is about 2/3. So it will have an impact on on our budgeting, and you'll see that as we go through the budget next week. Next slide, please. So based on what has been tabled for our budget for 2023, this is just an indication of where the tax dollars go in terms of expenditures. And you'll see about 2/3 of the tax dollar goes towards our community infrastructure, environmental services, community parks and recreation, and our emergency and community safety services areas. And roughly 80% of the tax dollar goes to what we call front or customer-facing services. Next slide, please. And just to wrap up the presentation as a frame of reference, a 1% tax levy increase is equivalent to about $272,000, and 0.1 is $27,000, et cetera. So that's just to give you a frame of reference as we go through the budget. So with that, I'm happy to take any other questions.
I'm not seeing any at this time. Perhaps this is a good time to take a break, or are we too early into the meeting to do so? Mr. Webster?
A thought, Madam Mayor, might be to take maybe more frequent breaks, but keep them to a certain duration so that we don't end up spilling over into, if it's going to be a 10-minute break or a 5-minute break, we should do our best to make sure that folks are back in, including staff, so that it doesn't spill and start taking up inordinate time.
Perhaps I could suggest 15, and that would have us back in our seats ready to go again, as well as staff. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just before we recess, I just wanted if you can expand on that last slide on the reference there on the 1% on the 272. It was mentioned the 3.44 had an impact of $120 per household. The 3.44 was the 120, and then there was another comment about $20 per household. What does instead of the 1%? Could you give me a reference of an actual impact to myself and my neighbors of what that is in a dollar amount?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. So if we increased our taxes by 1%, it would be about a $20 impact on the average house. So when you get the 2.8, that's $54, and that's where you're getting those numbers from.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. So perhaps we could be back at 10:30. That's 16 minutes we have. We'll take a break at this time. Thank you. Can I have a mover to receive the 2023 proposed business plan and budget presentation? Councillor LaHaye. Councillor. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and we are about to begin the departmental reviews of our business plan and budget. So I thought I'd just provide a little overview for each of our general managers so that both council and the public that may be viewing have an understanding of some of the breadth. So usually we start off with our CIS department, as it is our largest budget component, but this year we've given Mike Molinari a little bit of a break, and we said Aaron Karmazin. So Aaron joined us 10 years ago, and Aaron had significant prior municipal experience. I'm not going to go the whole background, but he was at Richmond Hill and Aurora and progressive positions, and he became our general manager of this area about 8 years ago. So this is his 8th budget that he's delivered with his staff team, who he will go through in high level. And Aaron, I'm just going to pass it over to you, and you can start with the Community Parks, Recreation, and Culture. The first 3 departments, if you look at our dollar, our tax dollar, how it's apportioned, make up about 2/3. So 3 of our higher expenditure departments are in our Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services, our Community Parks, Recreation, and Culture, and our Emergency Services areas, which will be our first 3 presentations today. Over to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Tom. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to Mayor, Council, and the public for the opportunity to present the 2023 Community Parks, Rec and Culture Business Plan and Budget. I would ask that clerks please bring the department budget presentation on the screen for Mayor and Council and the public. Thank you. I'll start with the departmental overview. Community Parks, Rec and Culture is a centralized community services department. The ultimate goal for our department is to provide personally constructive parks, recreation, and cultural opportunities and experiences for our residents and the public, and healthy and active living lifestyles for all. The department is structured into 3 core business functions. Our facilities design, construction, maintenance, and operation. That includes corporate facilities, anything from your town halls to your operations centers, but also our parks and rec facilities as well, our recreation centers, and namely the Health and Active Living Plaza, which is currently under construction. Our parks development and operations business unit looks after the design and the construction, maintenance, and operation of all our parks and trails and open spaces, and as well streetscape and public realm urban design. An example are the Four Corners here in Sharon, the Nokita Trailhead, the revitalization projects that we're currently undertaking along with our partners in CIES. And then a very active area is our recreation services, which provides our programming, special events, volunteerism, partnerships and community engagement. That's an area that was hit hard by COVID, but now we're happy to see the ramping up of in-person programs and events over this past year, which you'll also see reflected in the budget. The department is supported by 32.5 full-time equivalent. It's always odd with that half in there, but it's 32.5 full-time equivalent, as well as 95 part-time contracted and seasonal employees as well. And so there is a listing there by business function, and then as well, the department has oversight by myself and an administrative assistant as well. Next slide, please.
Madam Mayor, may I make a comment?
Go ahead, please.
We are working on, council asked for a specific request, was FTEs added. And we're actually doing a little more fulsome report back to council, and we hope to bring it forward as one of our days of deliberations. If you go back to the prior slide, this area is very important to note that you see that a large area is supported by 32.5 FTEs, but what's important in this area as well is the amount of seasonal workers that we bring in. And a lot of folks will say, well, our parks inventory and trails inventory has nearly doubled in our growth period. We want to explain to council our Shamrock model of staffing. And that is, in Mike Molinari's area and in Aaron Karmazin's area, a lot of the necessary service providers are contracted or seasonal as well. And we wanted to keep track of that envelope and report back to council. And we're actually looking back past just the last term. The last term had 2.5 years of COVID impacts, which mitigated program and service delivery. And so we're looking back a few terms to show how we have grown the staff complement for many areas, including emergency services, and the growth impacts through 2014 and 2018 for all program and service areas. So we'll have a fulsome report coming back as part of this process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Through you, Madam Mayor, the next slide is our key priorities and objectives under our strategic plan. And I'd like to highlight a few of the key priorities and objectives by area and as well as business unit. For example, under culture of municipal excellence, as well as building complete communities, our largest capital project in the town's history is our Health and Active Living Plaza project. And we will continue to focus on, obviously, the construction of that project. Pleased to report positive momentum continues on that project. Project is well within budget and on schedule. And we will be providing quarterly updates to council, the first being at the end of this quarter in Q1 in March of 2023. Coupled with that, under culture of municipal excellence, is working with our partners internally with human resources as well as finance, and that's to prepare for the implementation of staffing the Health and Active Living Plaza. So that is obviously a key area of focus under a cultural municipal excellence, maintaining responsible fiscal management of staffing the facility in addition to building it. Under quality programs and services, I made reference to ramping up and restarting our in-person programming and special events, and that will continue into 2023. And we're seeing positive feedback as well as numbers as far as our growth into the community with a growing population base and the requirement for those parks and rec services that we provide, namely through our recreation services. And then as well, under environmental growth and protection, there's a reference there to tree compensation and as well as private tree bylaw, and that remains an area of focus into 2023, and we hope to have a fulsome report back to council in Q1 of 2023 related to that strategic priority. Happy to answer any questions related to the list of our deliverables under our priorities if council has any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I know the residents in the older parts of Holland Landing are happy to see Emily Park, Soldiers Bay, the Oriole Wilderness Park as priorities for the town. I was looking, though, for where the dollars are to execute, because I see Emily Park and the supplementary parking at Nokita Trail are previously approved, but Soldiers Bay and Oriole Wilderness Park only have the design pre-approved, but no money for the actual execution. And it's not even showing up in the 10-year plan, so I want to know when we're expected to be seeing dollars to execute those.
Through you, Madam Mayor, at time of budget submission, the projects were not far enough along for submission of for capital construction. However, in in consulting with our Parks project manager, we could present those budgets to council if it's council's wish.
Yes, we would like to see that, because if we've done the design, and that was, I understand, was completed in Q4 of last year, so it would be prudent to then proceed with the capital development of those projects in the next year before the design is outdated. So how would that come forward then?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have noted that, and we will reference that in finances notes as well. And I think it would be best to propose that that be put forward to council when we deliberate the capital budget for 2023.
Wonderful, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a works in progress, as we've noted, and we're going to build on this. So in this particular one, and I don't want this to be seen as sloppy work, but this was changed in the corporate ones, and it added in a bullet that said this under quality programs and services, if I may. It added, continue to deliver innovative recreation-based programs and events and placemaking strategies to facilitate community connection. That should be in the departmental ones because it's in the corporate ones, and that's part of what we're doing today. So I think that's very important because council was in the strategic plan discussions was talking about community connection, placemaking, and our program and service areas. So we thought it was important to add that one in. So we will make sure that this is updated throughout the process to fully reflect the discussions.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to include the discussion as far as capital to build out some of these projects. I'm also mindful of staffing resources and looking, in the past we've talked about what projects are we carrying over from 2022, what projects do our staff have capacity to do. It's all well and good for us to have the funds to make these projects a reality, but if we don't have the staff to implement them, then I want to make sure that we're mindful and prioritizing, on the capital program, what's most important and what can we actually accomplish, so that we don't end up just spinning our wheels and trying to maintain a capital program that we actually can't deliver on because we don't have the resources to do so. So I know we're going to discuss that further when we discuss capital, but I just thought I'd make that point here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through Madam Mayor, I just asked clerks to provide the next slide, please. This slide illustrates our department metrics, starting with parks operations. You'll note that over the past 4 years, we grew our parks inventory by number of parks as well as acreage by approximately 20 to 30%. In addition to that, over the past 8 years, the past 2 terms of council, we grew this inventory by double, by 50%. In addition, we've added a considerable amount of trails, both active and passive recreational trails to our system, growing from just over 30 kilometers of trails to just under 40. Next slide, please. Under our facilities that are managed and owned, we've had a spike, obviously, with the construction of our new operations center to the number of square footage of facilities that we own and operate. In addition, the number of capital projects and annual expenditures, we saw a spike in 2019 through to 20, in particular with the construction of the operations center, a little bit of a dip in 2021. However, that will increase significantly as we move forward with the approval of the Health and Active Living Plaza for 2023 through to 2025. You'll also see a spike in our insured assets, which is listed there, and that would be attributable to the operations center being substantially complete, and the town taking that facility under our ownership and operating that facility. Under the next slide, please. We have our recreation and culture area. This area was obviously hit very hard through COVID in the later years of 2019 and 20 and into 21. And you can see there a dip in registered programs as well as special events. However, we have seen as of late with this past year a ramp up of our in-person programming and special events. And we're very encouraged that the new resident base as well as our existing residents are showing a pent-up demand and a desire to return to in-person recreational activities. You also see a bit of a spike in our number of active net accounts, and that is attributable to our new resident base that is opening up new accounts and getting engaged with recreational programming. Next slide, please.
There's a question here, please. Go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Karmazin, the permit transactions in 2022 look like they spiked pretty dramatically, even before, even comparing to pre-pandemic levels. What do you attribute that to?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we did have a rush back to facilities, in particular within our arena facilities, and a number of different transactions across the board, but that would be due in part to a return back into our facilities with both drop-in as well as permitted activity.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. As the budget summary for 2023, there's essentially three areas of drivers, budgetary drivers. The first being our salaries and benefits, namely due to band and step increases as we progress. The good thing is we do have a very mature staff and very low turnover. However, we do have movement through our steps and bands, which is noted with that budgetary driver. As well, we have seen an uptick with our utility costs due to inflation and some inflationary pressures for supplies, materials, and some of the contracted services to maintain our facilities and our parks in particular. I'd be happy to answer any questions as far as the high-level budget summary that council may have.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two things. The $30,000 for fire inspection costs, is that a transfer within departments? So we're being billed more by the fire department for inspections, or is that something different?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is a contracted services over and above our fire and prevention services. So that would be taking a look at things such as our sprinkler systems, doing inspections for extinguishers, those types of things. So that's over and above what our fire prevention services would provide to us internally.
Okay, thank you. And then secondly, if I may, Madam Mayor, you note that our program costs are climbing and impacting our operating budget. Are we also increasing the fees proportionately so that our cost recovery is at the same ratio?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we absolutely do take into consideration inflation to cover that net difference, and then we also look at market comparators as well. So we do cross-border analysis with, in particular, Georgina and Newmarket, which would be the catchment area that we would draw from in order to stay competitive with pricing our programs.
Okay, so we should be seeing a relative increase on your revenue line as well to reflect those changes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do as far as to scale with the programming we will provide.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I might also suggest that you have a look at Bradford, West Gwillimbury, because a number of our residents are attracted west, especially in the western half of our municipality, into some of their programming. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, we've noted that. Thank you. Moving forward to the next slide, please. We can see broken down into more detail are the is our line item budget, and you will see the primary drivers obviously being salaries and benefits, materials and supplies, and then as well as property and building maintenance. Amongst that are the majority of the contracts that you will have associated with property and building maintenance for facilities and parks. And then moving forward, you will also see the revenue budget, and to Councillor Roy DeClemente's point, an uptick as well as far as the revenue budget from 22 to 23 to help offset costs. Happy to answer any questions related to the detailed line item budget.
Councillor Hay, go ahead, and then Councillor Foster.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm interested in the rent line of $88,626, and with relation to the role of the annex building in that. And I understand that there's a space needs assessment taking place. I'm wondering when that will be completed and what the long-term plans are with regard to renting the annex.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the rental section accounts for 2 rental properties. It accounts for the annex, but it also accounts for the Harvest Hills Activity Center, where we rent that property from the York Region District School Board. As far as the annex, we do have the space needs analysis being completed at the end of Q1 2023, and we do plan a report back to Council in early Q2 of 2023. We do have a lease renewal at the annex, and it will be staff's recommendation to maintain the annex for a 1-year renewable term while we analyze the results of the space needs analysis, and we report out to Council what our short-term, medium and long-term priorities are as far as staffing and staffing accommodations.
Thank you very much. And a follow-up question through you, Madam Mayor. So in the future, with the opening of the Health and Active Living Plaza, do you see that it will no longer be necessary to rent the Harvest Hills Activity Center?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as a part of our 2018 Parks and Rec Master Plan, our Health and Active Living Plan, it was identified that the Health and Active Living Plaza would be required in addition to those existing facilities, including the Harvest Hills Activity Center. So in answer to your question, yes, we would be seeking to maintain that facility and all the associated programming out of that facility.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Health and Active Living Plaza is one project. The Harvest Hills Activity Center is a slightly different beast, and I would I believe through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Karmazin, we renewed our agreement with the school board just recently for another. I believe it was a 10-year tenure.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I apologize, I don't have the specifics of the lease duration, but we can certainly provide that to Council.
Geographically, it's delivering a service that we need in that part of our municipality that wouldn't necessarily be served by the Health and Active Living Plaza. Geographically, it doesn't make sense.
Through you, Madam Mayor, when we look at our network of facilities, it's the sum of all the parts,
Right.
and Harvest Hills very much has a benefit and a use and a requirement within the town as well as the community of Holland Landing. So our Parks and Rec Master Plan has indicated the requirement to maintain that facility and continue to provide programming out of that facility.
And maybe even once the Health and Active Living Plaza is built, there may be other requirements within that master plan for growth beyond that period.
Yes,
Thank you.
correct.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the lease on the annex, I would be interested in understanding more about whether that lease renewal is coming to council itself. It was my understanding that it was a temporary measure until we had the op center up and running. The op center has been up and running, and there's significant staffing space there. I'm not particularly keen on continuing to maintain a lease where we don't need the space. So I look forward to that discussion sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, just if I can add just a point to this, because it's a really important discussion point we're on right now. The other factor, in addition to opening up the Operations Center, is our modernization and hybrid work arrangements that we've put in place that have allowed us to look at space differently in the short, medium, and long term. And so that offers us an incredible opportunity to better utilize and minimize the facilities that we need to build, operate, and maintain. And so as part of the space needs study that Mr. Carmenson's group is leading, not only is it looking at our existing facilities, but the emerging sort of way that we do business that's enabling us to do things much more efficiently and much more cheaply for our residents. So facilities is a big part of that discussion.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
I just want to echo Councillor Roy DeClemente's comments about the annex. I too was under the impression that once the Operations Center was up and running, we would no longer need it. And I just wanted to clarify on the budget, the $88,626, is that all for the annex? I see there's leisure programs at 28. Is that Harvest Hills and the other one? I'm trying to get an idea of what the annex is costing us.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. So where you see under leisure programming, that would be attributed to Harvest Hills. And so if you're to back out that amount from total leases, the what's remaining would be the annex.
And how many staff are currently in the annex?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe we have capacity for 18, and there is hoteling stations at the annex as well. So it does host, for example, building as well as CIS inspection staff who do flow in and out of that facility as well. And I just might add that I think it was staff's intent to take a look at the space needs analysis before we made any decisions on the annex, to know what the recommendations were from that analysis before we made a decision on reducing our facility inventory and square footage to support staff. So that was the intent to, as far as the timing of the lease to the annex. And we did build in a year-to-year within the lease for that very reason. At a certain point, we may require a certain amount of time to assess whether or not we require that space versus, you know, a longer duration, like a 4 or a 6 or an 8-year duration on a lease.
I think it's smart to do it annually, and I think the space needs study is very timely given the hybrid work model. So it'll be interesting to look at that and how we're going to set up so that staff can come in when they want to and have a quiet place to work when they need to. It's going to be a very different model than what we saw pre-pandemic, that's for sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, if we could go to the next slide, please. This next slide shows the breakdown of expenditures within the department, both by expenditures and revenue. Obviously, you can see the largest expenditure is our facility side. However, that is also our largest portion of our revenue, followed up by leisure services as far as or recreation services for our rec programs and events. And then as well on the expenditure side, our parks operations, which incorporates parks maintenance as well as our trails and open space. Happy to answer any questions as far as the breakdown for the department expenses and revenues.
I'm not seeing any at this time. Oh, Councillor DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just Back on to page 81, if we may. Indirect corporate costs have increased by 26%. Can we, and this may be a question more for Mr. Marshall than it is for you, Mr. Karmazin, but just wondering what's happening in that budget line.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would refer to General Manager Marshall as the indirect costs are borne corporate-wide.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So every year, we go through an exercise that looks at not only the indirect costs within the operating programs, but costs that are associated with our capital and our staff time associated with capital. So that fluctuates year to year in terms of the capital side. So there's been some adjustments in terms of what project staff have been working on in terms of the capital that we could charge back to.
So it goes back to that comment I made earlier this morning about how many projects we can take on every year and what impact that has on the budget. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor, that concludes the Community Parks, Recreation and Culture operating budget. I would refer back to finance as far as the schedule for what's next.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So if you could step through the development and fee supported program, so your parks area, that would be appreciated. Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. It's page 97 on in your books. And on PDF, if you have a PDF, it's on page 88, and on the website, it's on page 1.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, the Community Parks, Rec and Culture Department supports the development planning process by a review of all of our site plan applications as well as our plans of subdivision. Some of the things we look at in conjunction with the region and the LSRCA are things such as natural heritage, planting plans, tree compensation. We do have a tree compensation structure for our development planning process. However, we do not have a private property tree bylaw. But it should be noted that we do have a robust compensation plan for all of our new applications. That area is supported by our Manager of Parks Development and Operations, Frank Mazzata, as well as an accredited landscape architect, Stephanie Frazier. And we do host all of our review in-house, internally, with external review only when required for those specialty services, environmental services or engineering services that might be required per application. You can see on the next slide some of the drivers are due to staffing costs, which are noted in the budget summary. And then the detailed line item budget will show the breakdown of the staffing costs that are under this area, namely those two positions that I had made reference to. We have, with finance, taken some focused action on transitioning some of those costs over to the operating side. In particular, our manager of parks development and operations also plays the role of design, construction, maintenance, and operations within the department, which is a non-development or fee-based structure. So some of those costs are on the tax side as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions as far as the line item budget under Parks Development in this fee-related budget.
Questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, next we do have our capital budget submissions. I believe that is on page 101 of 310 in the budget binder. Through you, Madam Mayor, there are a number of both parks operations as well as facility budget requests under capital. I will start with the parks operations section. Through you, Madam Mayor, the first project is the Shannon Park Playground replacement. So this is a repair and replacement project for the demolition and the removal of the play structure, a new play structure, concrete curbing, as well as wood chip fibers. It's recommended as the playground is over 25 years old. And this is a repair and replacement project that would be fully funded from the Parks Capital Reserve. Be happy to answer any questions related to the project. We do have some pictures of the project that we're proposing to replace on the next slide. And again, would be happy to answer any questions that council may have related to this project.
Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if it helps council out, the detailed project sheets start on, in your binder on page 157. And if you're following through with a PDF version, it's on page 147. So those are the detailed project sheets that Mr. Carmeson's going through.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
Sorry. Through you, Madam Mayor, the next project that we have in our submission is the Vivian Creek Trail grading improvements. This is to do some initial work with some surveying work, some boundary and some topographical surveying work, and some consultation with the Lake Region Conservation Authority to look at some potential trail grading improvements and stormwater management improvements that we might be able to implement within that trail connection through in Mount Albert. Happy to answer any questions related to that project.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not Go ahead, Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Carmeson. Thank you for including this. I know some of the residents have commented that after heavy rainfall or in the spring, these trails are unpassable. So it's nice that we can do something here. I know this is the beginning of what could be a bigger project, but it is an integral park in the village of Mount Albert. So this is appreciated, and thank you for you and your staff for coming out to review this last summer with myself and a few other of our residents. I'm glad to see this has been included. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's hard to believe that that park's 25 years old. It's just, the playground equipment, I'm sure, is original.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Good to see. Any other questions, comments? I'm not seeing anyone at this time. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the next project that's listed is a soccer field infrastructure replacements. This in conjunction with our primary permitting affiliated sports group, Minor Soccer, have requested a number of improvements and enhancements that would help with assisting with more permittable time for their sports groups as well. In particular, backstops for nets, goal replacements, and some safety netting. Happy to answer any questions related to this project.
questions? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this next project is a number of different playground maintenance items, in particular doing a full CSA inspection and staying current with our safety standards for all of our playgrounds. Albeit a number of our playgrounds are newer playgrounds built to current standard. This would look at those that weren't built within the last 2 terms of council to go back and take a look at the CSA standards and how they apply to our existing playgrounds.
Are you expecting that you would update or refurbish?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it could be a combination of both. Where we can, we would update within our operating budget. Where there would require repair or replacement, we would then come forward to council with a capital project.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the next project is an installation of automated external defibrillators at some of our community parks. In particular, what's noted here is Anchor Park, where we host a number of our competitive soccer, and that is our competitive standard. It's now lit. We are permitting that facility out quite a bit more, and so this is an added safety measure for our residents as well as the facility users.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. This is an excellent initiative. I would like to ask if there's going to be any public education piece in terms of educating them to the fact that there is this new installation of the devices, and any educational component around the groups that use these facilities, if they will be receiving education on how to use the defibrillators.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is an excellent suggestion, and we can certainly endeavor to work with our recreation staff as well as communications to look at some type of community outreach and education in conjunction with the AEDs.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
I'm very happy to see this. As many of you know, my daughter-in-law's life was saved by a public defibrillator. I know that they're extremely easy to use. There's no training necessary. Anyone who calls 911, which would be your first go-to, they walk you through it. The unit itself walks you through it. I think the public outreach needs to be that these items are available, that these defibrillators are there, because I'm not sure if I was at Anchor Park, I would necessarily think that there would be one there. I'm also wondering if we have some sort of master plan of where defibrillators are, and if there's areas of our community that aren't served. In my daughter-in-law's case, her heart stopped in front of a school, so luckily they were able to go in and get a defibrillator. So I would love for us to spend some time just mapping out where defibrillators are in our community, and if there's areas that don't have one nearby, because at $7,000 to save a life, it's a small percentage of our tax budget. And I'm wondering what, maybe this is to you, Mr. Webster, where it would be appropriate to look at sort of mapping out where these are and where we might have an underserved area. I know we have one at the sports complex. Is that something that we could do without going into a huge amount of staff time, just a quick project to look at where they are?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I can add that the first thing we do look at is our walk-in traffic as well as our permits. And so we do look at those. And as an example, all of our staff facilities where we do have very robust activity, those were first out of the gate that we house with AEDs, as well as our remote facilities now. And now we're looking at our parks, and we're looking at our community parks first, which are our largest, Anchor Park being one of them. And that's where we host a number of our drop-in as well as our permits. Past that, we can look at our neighborhood park standard to advance that even further. But we do look at, as far as what the metrics are with our permits and our drop-in to gauge the amount of activity and exposure that we would be reducing the risk in those environments with.
That's wonderful. I think that in addition to putting in even more defibrillators, I think to Councillor Leahy's point, we need communication so that our residents know that these are available. Because if you're in a panicking situation, you might not think to look for them. But hopefully we can do a good job with a public information piece on this. Thank you.
Councillor McKay and then Councillor Roy DeClante.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I agree with everything that Councillor Carruthers has suggested and with her own personal perspective of that. I would like to say, however, that in terms of educating and awareness, when I hear the word defibrillator, I find it rather intimidating. I don't think we can make the assumption that it's very easy to use because unless it was shown to me and explained to me that it is easy to use, I might make the assumption that I don't know how to use it, so I might not take advantage of it. I think there's a level of awareness there. I think it's a fantastic opportunity overall to have public education sessions, either in conjunction with the Parks and Recreation staff, the health and safety staff member that we have, and the emergency services to proactively have sessions where the public is invited to, for free, learn how to use the defibrillators, and then across the board raise the awareness of everyone. And myself, speaking for myself as a councillor, I would also like to have an education session on how to use a defibrillator and where they are located, speaking to Councillor Carruthers' point, where they are located throughout the building, because as councillors, we are also tools in the tool chest that the town has in terms of raising awareness when we're interacting with the public as to the availability and accessibility of these devices. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClante, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure I'd like to be described as a tool, but that's okay. With respect to the AEDs, I don't know if it's necessarily practical for us to be doing public training sessions on how to do them. I think another angle might be for this to be directed towards our first responders. So if someone is at a permitted, I'm using soccer as an example because that's what I know. If someone's at a soccer game and someone collapses, they call 911, and the people who are at that game will do anything to address the situation. If they call 911, I would hope that when they identify that they're, for example, at the Lions Park in Mount Albert, that the person on the 9 taking the call would say, I have it here on my map that there's an AED nearby. Can you go to the building and grab it? And I'm going to walk you through how to use it. I think that, that's what I want to make sure is that the lines of communication between our facilities and our first responders are there, so that maybe it's part of our GIS layers, that there's a pin dropped and that communication has gone out. And certainly working with our user groups and our permit holders to let them know. As I'm a captain of a team, we've had to call 911. Thankfully, it wasn't life-threatening, but I had no idea, to be honest, whether there's an AED at the facility that I'm playing or not. And I don't think it's a hard piece of information to simply share, here's where you pick up your uniform, and by the way, when you're picking up your schedule, here are the locations where there's an AED should you need one. I think that's a simple thing to do. And then I want to make sure that we have that communication with the first responders so that you don't have to train everybody, because that's the hard part. It's hard enough to get people to come and pick up a uniform, and trying to ask them to be first aid. I think that's a different level of an ask that I don't think we can expect members of the public to achieve. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I've made some notes here as far as the visibility and accessibility of the AED units, as well as communication with users, user groups, as well as first responders, and then as well as maybe some creative ways through communications on use of the AEDs. I know they are very intuitive units. They've made best efforts to walk people through the processes, and they are very user-friendly. nowadays. However, we'll make best efforts to work with communication staff on some creative ways to get out there to keep our public informed and educated on the use of the units.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Since we're in a public meeting and we have members of the public listening, I just want to make sure that we're not getting any misinformation out there about the difficulty of using these. These machines are designed for anyone to use without training. You do not need training to use a public AED. So I just want to make sure that it's very clear to the public that we're not putting any sort of misinformation out there that maybe training is necessary. I can understand people having some reservation, but as has already been said, when you call 911, they tell you where it is, they walk you through it. Even if you weren't on 911 for whatever reason, the machine walks you through it. They tell you every step of the way what to do. There is absolutely no training needed, and I think we need to communicate that if there is a misunderstanding out there that somehow you need training to use a public AED. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. I expect that we'll have a launch of some description to let people know that they are in our facilities, and perhaps whether it's the farmer's market or something else, if it's an open house in this facility, that there's opportunities to share with individuals at that point.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for those suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next project is a tennis court infrastructure replacement. So this is a resurfacing at the Holland Landing Community Center tennis courts, and as well as an install of an enhancement to the Queensville Park, which was noted to be consistent with Holland Landing to allow for training with a backer board. Happy to answer any questions related to this project.
Councillor Crone, your question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Mr. Karmazin. I think it might have been an oversight. I certainly don't think it was intentional, but I believe we need to include the Mount Albert tennis courts. I think my ward mate would back me up on that. I think we spoke about that back in the summer and just recently at the beginning of the budget. So if we could include some resurfacing for the Mount Albert tennis courts, they are uneven and in need of some TLC.
And well used.
And they are. And that would be appreciated by everyone in town, I'm sure.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've noted that, and we can provide that information back to council.
Councillor LaHaye, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, through you. I have submitted photographs to the general manager of that department, and he agreed that it was in urgent need of attention. And so thank you very much for including this as an addendum in the capital budget. Specifically, it's the Shannon Park. Yeah.
Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Ward 2 chiming in. The Sharon Hills Park tennis courts were actually, when they were first installed, were never installed properly. And they're, when I've suggested to residents that they should be playing there when things are busy at Holland Landing, they tell me that they're unplayable. So I think we probably need to have a larger conversation about tennis courts. Please and thank you.
Right across the municipality. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and sorry, just to add to Councillor Roy DiClemente's comment, the unplayable is in regard to the level of the surface as opposed to the breaking down of the surface. It's the leveling of the courts itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I've noted those, Madam Mayor, and staff will follow up.
Right.
The next project is baseball infrastructure replacements. So this is to include some additional safety netting at Queensville and Anchor Park, and that's to prevent errant ball movement, to protect pedestrians as well as vehicles in parking lots adjacent to both of those facilities. Happy to answer any questions related to this capital project.
Any questions? I'm not seeing any at this time.
The next set of projects are our facilities repair and replacement projects. The first, it was noted as far as deterioration of some flooring at our Canada Hall along the perimeter of the hall, where we're getting an interface, a cold and warm interface, and some delaminating of some flooring, and it's to fix a deficiency correction from the install of that flooring product. And I'd be happy to answer any questions related to that project.
Thank you. Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I note that this is kind of the second phase of funding. There was already funding approved in the previous budget. You know, we spent time this morning talking about 272,000 representing 1%. I recognize that we're talking about the capital budget here as opposed to the operating budget. But when you're looking at the lines, it kind of jumps out at you. And one of the things that jumped out to me personally was the fact that the call out that the flooring was 10 years old. I recognize that it's a heavily trafficked area, but you know, the expectation beyond having a lifespan beyond 10 years. So again, I did note the one word of safety issues. And so is this safety over aesthetics? Because I think the combined $344,000 investment in our facility is one that I just wanted to make sure that we were taking a pause and reflecting on the investment, that it is required and this must be done, and this is the path we need to take, kind of thing, that it is a safety issue as opposed to aesthetics.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it very much is both. So we have, you know, some delaminating tiles, which aesthetically is not pleasing, but it also presents, it will present a slip, or sorry, a trip hazard. We did look at some options to perform the work in phases. However, the best approach was to replace the entire system. Was it premature? Absolutely. You know, product these days, you get anywhere between 15 to 20 years of a lifespan, but this product was lesser in quality than what we're finding is the most current standards.
Madam Mayor, in follow-up, so just to clarify, if you were to extend that thought, the investment that we are making here now meets a standard that is more 15 to 20 years as opposed to what was previously installed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
I'm just wondering, further to that, are we replacing like with like? Are we continuing to use the tile system, or is there something more robust that we can use? Because, you know, history lesson, I recall when that floor was installed, it was a problem from the very beginning. The tiles were delaminating almost instantly. So I'm just wondering if there's something more that we can, a better product instead of just tiles.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is a number of different products out there that we would look at specifying over and above this current system, which is called a VCT, or vinyl composite tile system. There are a number of different replacement systems that would be far superior as far as the technology and the application, you know, for this particular instance. And that's where we would get a greater duration out of the product, and it would just be better suited for this environment.
So the $345,000 will get us there, is what you're suggesting?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. How many square feet are we talking about? Do we have an idea?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe it's approximately 5,000 square feet.
And I just wanted to get an idea, just when I've been in there, I noticed it's mainly the edging is what I've noticed. Is it throughout? Is that why the color becomes an issue?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is both. It's just worse along the edges where you have cold meeting warm interface, and that's where you get a bit of moisture buildup and some delaminating happening. But throughout the entire space, we're noticing the product is delaminating and it's not keeping up.
Okay. I'm wondering if we can look at this capital page. We talk about color, and it just looks like we're spending a lot of money because we can't match the color. And I don't think that's actually the issue. The issue is that there's so much that needs to get done throughout. It's better to redo the whole thing.
That is
I would
correct,
think,
yeah,
yeah. So-
with the cracking and heaving.
Yeah, yeah. So it just jumped out at me that it sounds like it came across as we can't match the color, and therefore spending $300 and some odd thousand on it. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear that this is not just about not being able to match the color of a few tiles, that we feel the whole thing needs to be replaced. Thank you.
More of a safety issue than anything.
Absolutely, yeah.
Councillor Johnson, then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It just, you know, as being a new person on council here and learning the process, I recognize that through my work with the finance team, going through this, these, again, it's a budget, it hasn't been tendered. The opportunity to come in lower under these budgeted amounts once tendered was an exciting prospect for me. That the reality is that Councillor Carruthers noting, if it actually is 5,000 square feet, you know, the $70 a square foot, there might be some opportunity for some savings in the tendering process. But I agree with ensuring the safety of the residents, and I'm glad that this is budget and this isn't final, and you've got the opportunity to drive the number down where possible. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Being the recovering insurance guy, I was just curious, did we have any slips and falls as a result of this flooring?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to my knowledge, we haven't had any slip and fall incidents or claims that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Lahey, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I have a general question, which applies to all of the capital projects across the board. In terms of accessibility compliance, what is the strategy for your department, and in terms of the investment from a financial point of view, what would you say is the investment that you're putting towards accessibility compliance?
Through you, Madam Mayor, both with new projects and repair and replacement, all the projects are bound by the AODA compliance. So any of our major reconstruction, as per the AODA compliance, would meet those standards. And in addition, any of our new construction, such as the Operations Center, the Health and Active Living Plaza, we not only go by the AODA, but we also have the opportunity to do elevated built design standards for accessibility. So that is provided for with these projects, as well as our new design and construction projects.
Through you, Madam Mayor, as a follow-up, do you have a specific dollar amount, though, in terms of what percentage of the budget is being applied to those accessibility compliance
Through you,
issues? Yeah.
my apologies, go ahead. Through you, Madam Mayor, we don't have a prescriptive percentage amount. It's either you meet the legislation or you don't, and there will be differing amounts that would apply to different projects. I'll give you an example. If you're designing a pool deck for accessibility compliance, your cost per square footage may be significantly higher than a meeting room, because you have to install a ramp, for example, to get patrons into a pool basin. So it's not prescriptive as far as a percentage. However, there is significant investment made in each project to ensure there's compliance with the AODA legislation.
And again, just one follow-up question through you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering about, do you have a specific dollar amount to share with us from those various projects, what it adds up to?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would require an analysis per project to back out the amounts that were specific to AODA compliance. And if it's council's will, then that exercise could be provided through the architect and the engineering services that would have designed those spaces, and to break out, from the tendered values, the amount spent in each of those areas.
Thank you. Councillor Crone, you had a question? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, as far as AODA compliance is concerned, the price tag is irrelevant to me. It's a legislated requirement, and sometimes these projects are initiated because we are AODA deficient, and sometimes they are a component of the project that we need to do in order to be compliant. I don't wish to embark on a specific study or pay for someone to break out those numbers, especially when they're rather pricey contracted services that would be requiring of expenditure. So it's something that we need to do, and it's an expense that we have to incur. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions.
The next project is the Customer Service Realignment Project. This was a project that originally started where we achieved some grant funding. When further looking at the project, as far as retrofits that would be required for the existing customer service space, it was deemed that an additional amount of resourcing and funding would be required to reconstruct that area, to provide a number of different items for our customer service staff, and that very active interface with the public. Happy to answer any questions related to this project.
Councillor Johnson, go ahead.
Just congratulations in being able to get that grant and be able to update our assets in that way. My call out would be in numerous meetings previously, we've talked about our strategic plan and wanting to communicate what the vision is for a town to the residents. So I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to say that as we're looking to update our customer service area in this particular case, that we just remember the opportunity to communicate out our vision and strategic plan as part of that investment, that we don't forget the marketing side of things. So thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
On the project page, it's showing that the funding is all grants, but on the written section, it says that an additional $100,000 will be required to complete the project. So can you just clarify that discrepancy? So on the chart with the actual capital project funding, it shows grants miscellaneous 1, total $170,000. LTD budget, $70,000, 2023, $100,000. So it appears that it's all under the line of grants, but I get the impression that it's not all grants.
The last line.
Yeah, the last line. Sounds like it's not, so.
Mr. Marshall, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the $100,000 that's referred to is the additional grant funding.
So it is all grants?
It's all grant.
Oh, excellent,
Yeah,
okay.
there's two different streams of grants, but they are both grants.
Okay, maybe we could update the wording then, because that last line says an additional $100,000 would be required to complete this project, so it has been,
It is included in the project sheet.
but it has, that grant has been secured?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't need an additional $100,000, we have that, we've secured that, thank you.
Correct.
Other questions, comments? I'm looking forward to the change there. It's a busy place. I'm in the arena a lot these days, and it is very busy at that kiosk. So I'm looking forward to bringing it a little more up to standard, particularly for our staff on the other side of the table. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay, the next project that we have is the Mount Albert Community Center accessibility ramp replacement. The current ramp has reached its end of life. It has outdated and metal stringers which are susceptible to rust, and we would be proposing replacing it with a galvanized steel standard, and something that would be much more robust and up to our current AODA compliance and standard. Happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Questions? I'm not seeing any.
This next project is the Mount Albert Community Center roof and cladding replacement. We do have a roof that is approaching its end of life. It's a metal roof with mechanical fasteners. It's prudent to replace the roof prior to its end of life to avoid any further water infiltration. We have noted some minor water infiltration in some areas, and typically it's where your fasteners are starting to fail, and as well as some of the seams are starting to fail. So be happy to answer any questions related to this project.
Questions? Has there been an assessment done on that entire facility?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do have it as a part of our Parks and Rec Master Plan to do a full assessment at the end of this term of growth to determine what the future enhancement and expansion of that facility may look like. So we haven't performed that as of yet. However, that is something that we have noted as a high priority at the end of this term of growth for the Lower York period of our term of growth, to determine what the future of that facility looks like and how we may want to expand or enhance it over the lifespan of the facility.
Thank you. Good to hear. Not seeing any other. Go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you. I'm mindful of that, of having an awareness of where on the life cycle this facility is on. Without an understanding of that assessment that the mayor has asked for, we're looking at spending over $400,000 on this facility alone. We also know that we have other facilities, I'm thinking of the River Drive Park facility, for example, that are also in need of some major attention. And so just like we look at our roads and we have an assessment of, what conditions the pavement is in and where they fall in the queue for renewal and replacement and investment, I'd feel more comfortable having a sense of where these facilities fall and what priorities they are, vis-a-vis the 10-year capital plan, rather than me opening a budget binder and having some sticker shock and not having a sense of what's needed and when it's needed. Obviously, I'm tempering that with the comment that, AODA-wise, we need to make those investments. But, if the roof is leaking, there's a difference between patching it and replacing it. If we don't know what the long-term plan is for this facility or how it compares to others, I'm having a hard time swallowing the sticker points without understanding how desperate this is needed. And maybe you could help us with that part of it. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, the Parks and Rec Master Plan had a window of approximately 10 years. So we were initially looking at 2028. The plan was issued in 2028 to reassess the facility. So that still is our plan. We still will take a look at 2028. However, beyond that, there will be an additional time as far as the enhancement and expansion of the facility. So this investment would, its out years would likely be anywhere between 10 to 15 years on a replacement of this sort. So that's the relative timelines that we're looking at. And then in addition to that, any expansion and enhancement could include some of the existing infrastructure that we've invested in. So it might be expanding the facility and some of the existing roof lines and roof cladding being maintained, as well as the cladding on the exterior of the facility.
Go ahead.
So just so that I understand this, so the Health and Active Living Plan doesn't contemplate changing this facility, but it would mean that we have to invest in maintaining it until 2028. Is that what you're trying to suggest? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, would look at an assessment on the enhancement or the expansion, and those are the two items that would qualify under the Development Charges Act as being development charge eligible in order to expand or enhance the facility. Would we recommend a demolish and rebuild? Well, not typically likely, because you have an existing facility there. It's utilized. If you have the opportunity to expand and enhance, then it is often more cost effective, and it's development charge eligible.
So we know that the village of Mount Albert, from a square footage of resource, of recreation space per capita, is over-resourced. We know that we've got a facility that is not necessarily going to get expanded on, but it might be, is what you're suggesting. This roof would last us more than 5 years into 2028. But if we're going, if that's contemplated, if we're contemplating changing what the facility looks like in Mount Albert, should we be replacing the roof now? Or should we be waiting and building a new facility?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the intent was to replace the roof when it was required. So we are getting water infiltration at this point in time, and the roof is reaching the end of its life cycle. The intent was to take a look at 2028 to determine what the future of the facility would look like as far as an expansion or enhancement, and that would be due to growth. So assessing what the next phase of growth will look like, and how it may service the community with that next phase of growth, which was outside of the Lower York period. So that was the intent.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate Mr. Karmazin putting all these items into the budget this year. I think the genesis of this was a tour that you, myself, and Councillor Morton took last spring, because we had been noticing some of the failings of the building. It's not a young building. It's been around Mount Albert for quite a number of years, and I think there's some life left in the old girl yet. So I appreciate the fact that we have water infiltration. We need to protect the assets that we have. We can have that discussion about where we want to take it in the future. Happy to do that. I would note on a future item that you're going to come up, you're going to talk about in the second here is about the roof at the back. We need to put up, restrict some access to that, because I would outline that for you, because we have had some, I'll say juveniles that have been using that as an access point to get up onto the roof, which may be part of some of the damage that we have on the roof. So I would, again, I know it's not an inexpensive price tag here, but I would speak out strongly that we need to maintain this asset that we have in the community, protect it, and we can have that conversation, what we do with it 10 years from now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make note, like, these type of investments that I think that within our aging facilities, I'm a fan of, both from the perspective of the balance sheet, but also community. I mean, community, that's an obvious, I don't need to speak to that, but like on the balance sheet, like this money that we're putting into this facility, this money doesn't just evaporate. We are improving an asset of ours. And there's not only value for the community, but there's a financial benefit to our asset that remains. And I think that, you know, as we go through on again, February 14th is the opportunity to talk about the assets that we have. But this is the type of asset investment that I like to see. There's a couple other ones on here, such as testing stop signs for reflectivity. I mean, that one might get some jokes, but obviously important to make sure. But that money is spent and then it disappears. But when we make investments in our facilities like that, like this, big fan of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other comments. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, this next project is to replace some of the failing lights and glazing in our skylight gallery. Also, this would include some of the seals as well as the glazing, as well as the rental of a boom lift in order to perform the work safely. Happy to answer any questions related to the project.
I'm not seeing any at this time.
This next project is expanding our electrical vehicle charging stations. I will note all of our new facilities do have electrical vehicle charging stations as well as rough-in and conduit to expand for additional stations. This would bring stations to each of our communities, including the East Gwillimbury Sports Complex, Holland Landing Community Center, and Ross Family Complex.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Very supportive of this initiative. I think it's important and a good use of dollars. I'm just wondering if we've looked into grants. This sounds like the type of thing that there's probably federal money for.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we always are looking out for grants, in particular for environmental initiatives. And we do work very closely with General Manager Marshall and his staff to identify grants as they are announced, as far as the granting criteria and whether or not we are eligible candidates. So absolutely, yeah, we will
Excellent.
consider that.
What's the total number of additional charging spots that we will have with this expenditure?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would be anticipated that 6 additional spots would be provided for, 2 at each of the facilities that were noted in the capital requests. And that's no different than the 2 spots we have at this facility, the Operations Center, the Health and Active Living Plaza. Due to the size of the facility and the number of parking spaces, we would have considerably more. I believe we have anywhere between 8 to 10 at that facility. And then we do have the ability to add on to spots over the course of time and as more vehicles are on the road.
That's fantastic. Do we have an idea of the cost to the municipality of running these stations? I know if it's a town vehicle, it's cheaper than putting gas in for sure, but if residents are using these, is there a significant cost to the town, and or do we have the ability to have like a user pay system?
Yes, we certainly do know our costs. We do have a way to separately meter them as far as what's coming off of them. Initially, anecdotally, they weren't being used as much as they are now. We're seeing more and more use of electric vehicles, and we are seeing more vehicles parked at all of our facilities where we have options. I can't break down the exact amount at this point in time. However, we can find that out and provide it back to council. And we do have the ability to have a user interface for a transaction, either by credit card or debit, with all of the existing EV charging stations and all of our future stations as well.
Excellent. I think it's wonderful if it's offered for free for now, but until it becomes significant to the town, that makes it worth making that transition. As long as it's being tracked, that's fantastic. And thank you for providing these. This is wonderful.
Councillor Roy Clemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, I think this is more of a question for Mr. Marshall. In the past, when we've had a service level increase in our capital program, there's usually been a line that reflects an operating expense as well. So to Councillor Carruthers' point, if we're installing these, we know that there's going to be, even if it's not material to our operation, it's something that we're able to track and be mindful of as we approve this. So it's a service level increase. We know that there will be an expense to the town to operate and to extend this service for free to our residents. Obviously, council's supportive of this initiative, but from a transparency perspective, understanding what the operating impact to the budget going forward would be helpful as well. So I wonder if we could reintroduce that for future binders, please and thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. This next project is a maintenance project to ensure proper stormwater management. We have noted over the past 2 years that we have seen some sediment and buildup in the stormwater management systems here at the Civic Center. As an example, we have seen salt buildup and sediment in the drain lines in the parking lot area. And this facility is now over 30 years old, being built in 1991. So it's now time to perform some maintenance on some of the key infrastructure, stormwater management infrastructure that's buried in the ground. We've made best efforts to hydro flush the lines and try to remove the sediment through mechanical means. Now we're at the point where we have to replace the stormwater management system, and we would look at doing this in conjunction with the Woodbine 1 work that's currently taking place, where that project, we're working with our partners with Woodbine 1 to resurface the parking lot structure, so it would be very beneficial to go in and also replace some of the stormwater management infrastructure at the same time.
I'm not seeing any questions.
This next project is resurfacing of the Ross family parking lot and curbing reconstruction. So we're seeing heavy heaving and cracking of that parking lot structure and facility. We're recommending a complete remediation of the sub-base as well as the asphalt structure to provide a safer and better product as far as parking and pedestrian access.
How old is that building?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe it was 1998 when the project was completed, and so that parking lot structure is original to when the building was opened.
Thank you. Questions, comments? I'm not seeing anyone. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the next project is the Mount Albert Community Center steps replacement. At the back of the facility, we do have a set of timber steps that is in requirement of replacement. This is I believe, a fire access off the back of the facility as well that would facilitate safe access and egress, and it would be the complete removal and reestablishment of a new set of stairs.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm wondering if it would make sense for it to be combined with the ramp for some economies of scale and pricing.
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely, it could be, it would be a similar type of trade in construction that could be included with one general contract.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you. We'll move along.
This next project is a upgrade to our fire suppression systems, working with our partners internally with fire and emergency services. We do routine inspections on all of our facilities, and it was recommended that this particular facility have an installation of a range suppression system in order to provide cooking with grease-laden vapors and those types of things for our permits and user groups within the facilities.
Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
How many facilities? It doesn't indicate, at least I'm not seeing it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would ask our manager of municipal facilities to provide the number of facilities. I believe it is Mount Albert Lions, Temperance Hall, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure what other facilities they had on the list.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're looking at about 6 facilities.
6 facilities. Could you name them for us?
Hall and Landing Community Center, North Union Community Center, River Drive Park, Ross Family Complex, as well Mount Albert Alliance Hall, as the general manager has also stated.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead.
What's the total number of range hoods?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have approximately 12.
12, okay. I'm obviously not an expert in this, but it seems like an awful lot of money, and the picture shows something that looks like it came from Lowe's for $200. So I'm just looking for a little bit more information on, I guess we're talking about $5,000 per range hood. So I would need a little bit more information on that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, those are the existing, what you're seeing there, the Lowe's range hoods are the existing range hoods. We would be looking at retrofitting those existing range hoods, and they are much more robust and significant with suppression systems built in. So those range hoods there are simply ventilation range hoods, where these range hoods would have full fire suppression.
Okay. It's helpful in these showing us what we're replacing it with, so we can get an idea of what we're looking at. When there's a vehicle replacement, they show what the new vehicle would look like. And $5,000 per range hood, like looking at with 2 stoves side by side, $10,000, that sounds like an awful lot of money. I'm not sure how often they're used. Wondering if in some of these locations, could we go down to 1 stove and save $5,000 on the range hood? Or is the cost to bring the water and everything to that area? I don't know how it works, but just, it sounds like an awful lot of money.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've certainly noted that, and we can take a look at, based on our permitting activity, what type of a requirement. However, we do note that these facilities are permitted out, quite robustly, and we have had the requests for the existing facilities that are in place, the existing cooking facilities, but we can certainly take a look at how they're used and whether or not we can decrease that if required.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, with respect to the requirements in terms of fire, with these having fire suppression systems built in, is it a situation like with the accessibility regulations, that there are some regulations that we need to meet, and it's not a matter of the cost, but a matter of safety and regulations?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will not endeavor to speak to fire prevention and suppression. I would leave that to our chief. I do know that we are limited with the type of cooking that we can perform at the facility. That's why the request from a Parks and Rec perspective has been put forward. But I would refer any questions related to fire suppression and prevention to our chief.
Chief, could you enlighten us, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Through to the councillor. Depending on the type of cooking that's involved dictates the suppression system required. I understand from some of the requests for use of these facilities is to have like a Sunday morning pancake breakfast where bacon, for example, might be used, grease-laden vapors. So if that's the case, if we want to permit that use, we have to protect for that use. So that sort of dictates the type of system that would be installed.
Councillor Roy de Clemente, go ahead.
I would certainly support a second look at this to understand better which facilities are being permitted and being cooked in. I can't imagine, there's certain ones that I'm pretty sure wouldn't necessarily be used for cooking and preparing meals, and yet others would be. So I'd be willing to have a look at this and scope this And maybe make this a multi-year program so that you spread it out. So eventually you have what you need, because I'm mindful of the children's book. If you give if you give a mouse a muffin, if you put in the range hood, the next thing you're going to be asked for is a commercial stove, and then you're going to be asked for, and then you're going to be asked for. And so I just want to make sure that we're resourcing these facilities accordingly and making them safe. But if they're not being used, then it's money that we don't need to spend if they're not being, if that sort of use is not being.
Perhaps there's a priority list? Maybe we don't do them all. Maybe it's the priorities by usage. Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
As part of that review, maybe we can look at what the permit holders are cooking, like how often are they cooking a pancake breakfast where they're cooking bacon? If it's once a year, this seems like a huge expense just to be able to cook a product.
Well, and unfortunately, we would pass some costs perhaps on to the rental fee, and that's a disadvantage at that point. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions. Everybody's talking about cooking bacon. Because it's Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. This next project is a waste oil handling unit. After being in the operations center now for a year and taking a look at how the facility is operated, one thing we have noticed is working with our partners internally with CIAS is more internal vehicle maintenance and operations, oil changes, those types of things. From an area purpose-built and created for those functions. However, that expansion in work has required an additional requirement for additional oil disposal. And so this would be a bit of an enhancement onto the facility that would enable our staff to perform more work internally and hopefully save on costs for not having to send vehicles out to have them serviced, and as well turnaround time to have vehicles serviced. Myself or General Manager Molinari could answer any questions related to this proposal.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
This next project is an accessibility retrofit to meet current accessibility standard. It has been requested by our longtime users and partners, the Mount Albert Lions, as well as some of our facility users, to have open access and egress into some of the rooms and spaces within the facility. We did formerly have hold-down devices for some of the doors, and those are not currently compliant with nowadays standards, and we have since removed those. However, it will require more accessible door hardware and the proper accessible door hardware to be installed within the facility. That's why we have the capital request before council today. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the request.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is long overdue. I know the community's been asking for this for a while. It says it's going to be this year. Can we get an idea of when it could be expected to be completed? It says it's starting in January, so.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we would take a look at retrofit over the spring and summer months, and realizing that our permitting activity and much of our activity is less during those months, to go in and be able to do the retrofit work and hopefully have everything in place for the fall, winter.
If there's any way it can be done any sooner, that would be, I think, greatly appreciated by the community that's been waiting for this. Thank you.
Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. As the newly appointed council liaison to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, that is why I am asking multiple questions about this, this area. I think it's very important, and I understand that from a financial point of view, we don't want to incur any costs to get a breakdown of the investment that we're making in addressing regulations. But I would like to ask for a summary of all of the different upgrades and compliance issues that you are addressing in your capital projects. I think it would be helpful in terms of a data point of view for me to have an understanding, as well as the rest of council, all of the different investments that are being made, to have a summary list. And I understand you can't put a financial figure beside it, but just to have a summary list of all of the projects that you are undertaking with regard to accessibility. Thank you.
Any comments?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we certainly can. I think the capital projects that are specific to accessibility and AODA compliance, for example, the ramp accessibility as well as this project, we have our estimates and we can provide those. It's the newer design and construction where it's lumped in with the broader facility, where it becomes more of a consulting exercise. But we could certainly, our staff could certainly break out where there are accessibility components and items with those projects. We just may not be able to extrapolate the order of magnitude as far as the dollar value.
Perhaps it's just to start with those that are identified in your reports here today. That would certainly go a long way and get started without having to go back into other pricing and et cetera.
Absolutely.
And I know what you're doing. You're taking full advantage of having a facility that needs some upgrades to add that to it as well. And it makes perfect sense that long-term, they're all looked after, but we can do it piecemeal as we deal with our budget this year as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Cronin, then Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Karmazin, thank you for this. I know the Lions still take a great deal of pride in this building, and I know there have been conversations in the past year or so around this very topic. Can you tell me, does this address their concerns? Because I knew at the time we first spoke about it, the price was a concern, so we couldn't institute it right away. Does this, Mr. Karmazin, to the best of your knowledge, does this satisfy the concerns that the members of the Lions executive had?
Yes, it does. Yeah, this where we had hold open devices before, and where we had to remove them because they weren't compliant with legislation. We've gone in and taken a look at putting the proper accessibility hardware in all those areas, and we have kept the Lions fully informed that we couldn't necessarily implement the changes that we wanted with our operating budget, and then there would have to be an associated capital request in order to do so. So yes, absolutely, and we have kept the Lions fully informed of what this project entails and why we're requesting it.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to hear that. Thanks so much,
Councillor
Madam Mayor.
Brothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy brought up again about compiling this list of expenditures, and I want to caution about what the advantage of this list is if it's not going to be comprehensive, and to Councillor Roy DeClemente's point, we really don't want to be spending taxpayers' dollars on consultants to go through and break down expenditures. That the accessibility expenditures are what they are. It's what we have to do, and it's the right thing to do. But data without that context can be misused or misconstrued, and so I just want to caution about whether or not that's something that we want to be spending staff time on, because it won't be a complete list, and what the purpose of that list would be.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you through you, Madam Mayor. And respectfully, the mayor and the manager, Mr. Carmazan's remarks were that there would be no need to refer to consultants or no undertaking that would cost taxpayers money to put together a list. You know, even if it's after the budget deliberations, I would just be interested. I think there are things, observations that can be made from gathering information with regard to this particular area.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
I think that the comment was that it would be an incomplete list. They could put together the things that are standalone items, but they would not be able to go into projects where it is part of a bigger project. So my point is that it would be an incomplete list. And what is the advantage of having an incomplete list of expenditures, was my question.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
190 plus 80 is 270. That is $270,000 right off the top that Councillor Leahy, you can go to the Accessibility Advisory Committee and boast that we are spending on accessibility upgrades for our residents.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Go ahead, please.
This last project under our facility section is, again, replacing a component of an existing facility. The Civic Center has a number of areas where there's exterior joints and sealants around windows and doorways, as well as the architectural paneling on the exterior of the facility also has joints and sealants, which we're trying to protect and preserve. Just a reminder, the facility is now over 30 years old. It's hard to believe, but it was built back in 1991. So this is a regular life cycle item that we have accounted for, and it is budgeted out of the facilities reserve account. I'm happy to answer any questions related to the project.
30 years old. Wow. Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one quick question. You've got contracted services and listed twice there. Construction at $50,000 and consultants at $5,000. So $55,000. Does that mean we're going to hire somebody for $5,000 to walk around and look at a crack and seal it and tell us that we need to fix it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what we will do is typically hire a building science company that will come in, specify the product, as well review the tendering procedure, the pre-qualification of contractors that can perform this type of work. And then the final portion is the review and inspection over time to ensure that the product is being applied and effectively, is cured effectively, those types of things.
Thanks. So again, so this could be all one company and you could realize some savings?
It is possible. Yeah, there is certainly, you know, design build firms that will come in and give you a one lump sum price for everything from the spec all the way through to third-party inspection, verification, and deficiency correction where needed.
Okay, Councillor Foster. Good, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Through you, Madam Mayor, that concludes the Community Parks, Rec and Culture, parks, as well as facilities capital budget. We do have a component of the fleet, and we can continue with that section, or it can be included with CIS and fire fleet. It's completely up to council.
I'm looking at the clock. It's 20 after 12, and I know some people would like to have a stretch and a break. How long, Mr. Carmazan, do you think this would take?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just counting the number of projects that we have submitted. Yeah, 7 projects, I would say approximately in half an hour would be required to present these to council.
I'm not seeing anyone objecting, so let's move along then.
Okay. The first project is the replacement of a 10-foot mower, and this is used to, in particular, to maintain our parks and sports fields and the turf maintenance for our parks and sports fields, as well as some of our open spaces such as the Civic Center and facility grounds as well, where required. Happy to answer any questions related to the replacement of the mower.
I'm not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
So I see that previously we have approved $80,000, and this is saying that we need more money because the price has gone up, additional funding. And so we are doubling the amount. So have these vehicles doubled in price since this was previously approved, or is it a better quality vehicle or piece of machinery?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the price increase has been a result of post-COVID. We're seeing a number of these items amongst the fleet increase significantly, and I think it is due to some supply chain as well as the desire to have these vehicles and equipment. So it is supply and demand as well as the supply chain for certain components involved with these. So it's not a change in, I believe, the specified piece of equipment. I think it's more due to the market conditions.
Wow, okay, a doubling of cost, okay.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
This next project is the replacement of a 1-ton pickup truck. And this is obviously used for our parks operations, sports field maintenance, field lining, sport court maintenance as well. So this truck would be utilized townwide.
And 150,000 kilometers shows that it's busy.
Yes, absolutely. In particular with shorter trips, so that's a lot of trips to make up that 150,000 kilometers.
Questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
So this next project is a zero-turn mower, a smaller bed mower, and this is to be used more so with our facility site maintenance. So our corporate facilities such as the Ops Center and our Town Hall facility, Fire Hall facilities, as well as our Parks and Rec grounds maintenance. Happy to answer any questions related to this project.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I see there's another one a couple pages down. Are these the same type of vehicle? I'm just wondering if there's a difference. There's a slightly different price between them, and they're showing us 2 separate items.
Through you, Madam Mayor, these are smaller zero-turn mowers, and you'll note the price tag at $26,000 is significantly less than some of the larger bed mowers, which are used for larger areas such as our sports fields.
Yeah, I'm talking about the other zero-turn one for 34. So this one's 26, and then we have another one for 32,000, a couple of pages later. They're both zero-turn. They're both close to the same price. So we have 2 of the big ones, and then we have 2 of the smaller ones. We're getting 4 altogether, 2 large ones and 2 small ones.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, the only difference that I can see there is yeah, I actually can't see a difference. Oh, there is a leaf bagger included with that one. Yeah, that's the only difference that I can see between those two is one has a leaf bagger on the back versus just a straight zero turn, which would just simply be used to cut grass.
So we are adding 2 of the zero turns, and then I believe there's 2 of the larger ones as well.
That's correct.
4 additional altogether.
Yes.
To the tune of, what, almost $400,000? Okay.
That's correct.
Mr.
Thank you.
Molinari, you have an answer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I've just been advised that the second unit has a leaf collector on it, and that's the reason for the difference in pricing.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
How many mowers do we have in total? So do we have 6 mowers? Do we have 20? I'm trying to get a sense of, right, you know, Councillor Carruthers' point, we're replacing 4 mowers. If they're all at the end of their life cycle, that's fine, but wanting to understand the scale and scope of the fleet of grass cutters.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I know how many grass crews we have. I don't specifically know how many mowers. I do have Frank Mazzata, our manager of Parks Development and Operations, and perhaps he might
He's
know.
already on the move.
Thank you.
Is that on?
You're on.
Hello? Thank you. Yeah, so we, as General Manager Karmazin has identified, we have 3 grass crews. Within those grass crews, they trailer 2 zero-turn mowers, so a total of 6 zero-turns is what we currently use. And we also have 2 of the larger Toro motors that were identified at $160,000. So we run 2 of those for larger areas.
And as we grow and we add more parks and more open space, and that's exactly what we've asked to do, we need to keep it maintained as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So
Councillor Roy.
essentially, we're replacing half the fleet.
We are. So I think where we were having the issue was the cost upgrade of the original Toro mower. Sorry. So the mower originally $80,000, and it was rebudgeting. We would have replaced that last year, but it's again the cost of and through Toro itself has significantly jumped for that specific machine.
Are there other manufacturers that we could go to?
There are, and through our experience, this mower is the most desirable and the one that does not break down as much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't help but think, is there, is the cost of maybe repairing these, stretching, you know, what's the term, infra-stretching, to get another year out of these without having to replace them, is the cost, is there a benefit to maybe stretching it another year, or are we just better off to buy brand new, in spite of the inflated price?
So these do have a high turnaround on the zero turn specifically. We replace them every 5 years. These mowers run starting in April every day, Monday to Friday. The only time those wheels don't spin is when it's raining. And even still, we typically do get it when it's raining. So they get a lot of hours on them, and they cut a lot of grass. In our experience and in speaking with the Director of Operations and Roads, who manages the fleet, we are further ahead if we do replace them every 5 years, because the maintenance costs do start to really creep up after those 5 years.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can also add that these zero turns and they are specialty pieces of equipment which do require specialized mechanics to to farm them out to repair and replace them. We don't provide that service in-house typically, so there is a premium with that, and then there is as well impact with downtime. So if they do go down, that does directly affect our service level.
our service level is recognized by our community. I certainly know that, and I imagine everyone that's sitting here has had some comments from residents about the parks and how good they look and how well they're groomed. I sit here, I don't believe I've ever had a complaint about our parks being unkept, and that's the last thing that we want to do. I think we should support this endeavor. We're adding more parks. It's not like we're diminishing in time. We need to have the right equipment we know we have the right employees, and let's make sure we have the right equipment for them. Any questions, comments? Go ahead, please.
This second last project is a ball diamond groomer, and this is to, it's an attachment to groom the infield of our ball diamonds. And it has, it's 1 year past its 10-year life cycle, and it's in order to maintain a good, safe, quality, playable sports field, or sports fields, I should add.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And not specifically to this item, but I know that this is the last item as we're wrapping this section up. And I just looking for clarity on, in reviewing our bylaw for procurement, I recognize that there is a bid review committee, but I don't know that that would touch everything because of different dollar amounts and whatnot. And then I endeavored to find sourcing. I guess really what I'm trying to get to, through you, Madam Mayor, to, I'm not sure whoever would be the most appropriate staff member, how do we operate where, for example, Mount Albert Lions Hall getting $80,000, locks, accessibility, like, is there an opportunity to have Mount Albert Home Hardware be able to bid on that and be able to achieve $30,000, $40,000 job? Like, how do we get trucks from New Roads, where half of his building's in East Gwillimbury? So how do we endeavor to ensure that the money that we are collecting from our residents, we're able to put back into the community wherever possible? How does that work?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's a very good procurement question and comment, and I would refer that to General Manager Marshall. His area is directly responsible for that.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so in terms of procurement, our bylaw prescribes that we have an open tendering process, which means we have an electronic bidding system that is open to anyone that wants to bid. So we can't right now target, like say that we are only taking East Gwillimbury vendors, but we can make it available and open to all vendors that are eligible to bid.
So it is solely based on the specification and then what the bid amount comes back at, i.e. dollar amount? Like, there's no weight to a local submission? So let's say, for instance, a local submission was $2,000 more on a $100,000 bid, but they were from London. It would automatically go to the company in London versus an East Gwillimbury who was like within 2%?
So through you, Madam Mayor, if we're doing a tender, which is strictly a dollar value, then that's true. We're asking for a certain item, so we're asking for a vehicle, and so we're looking at the lowest price for that. If we're looking at an RFP, so a request for proposal,
Okay.
we can have weightings on what we want to see and evaluation criteria, and that could be part of an evaluation criteria.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for everyone's time on that. Thank you.
Mr. Webster?
Further, through you, Madam Mayor, and further to Treasurer Marshall's comments, In the past, one of the issues is it's all electronic now, and to cite New Roads specifically, they weren't aware that we were out looking for some pickup trucks one year, and they didn't bid. And one of the things we can do that's fully legal and legitimate is, even with that tendering process, part of it is awareness, and to contact local firms that we know are capable of supplying that. And hopefully they can put in a sharp enough price that we can keep the business in the local community. And so it has worked out that New Roads has in fact provided, been a successful tender award many times. And, but moving forward, there are some legalities of the procurement that Mike Garrier, who works under Warren's area, does to make sure we're complying with all the provincial and other legislation.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, please.
That's okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, the last project with the addition of the parks and the new parks and trails this past summer, we have noted a requirement for additional grass crew, horticulture, as well as sports field staffing. And this is to support staffing in all areas townwide for the new parks and trails that have been just recently brought on into our inventory. I'm sorry, this is a half-ton pickup truck for transportation of staff and equipment.
Questions? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that concludes the Community Parks Rec and Culture operating budget, as well as new capital requests. And I'll refer back to my colleagues in finance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, for this portion of the meeting, I'm going to bring forward the proposed recommendations, resolutions for council's deliberation and receipt. So what I'll do is share what we have done in the past, the series of areas to which council would have to receive the updates, reviewing the operation, as well as the capital discussions that we had. So I've been trying to keep track of items that are being referred, or I believe Councillor Roy DeClemente has also provided some areas of change to the resolution, so I'm going to put that on the screen before you. So through you, Madam Mayor, to start, this resolution will focus on Community Parks, Recreation and Culture 2023 tax-supported budget review. It will move to the various different components of today's budget session. So it will start with the fee-supported, open and 10-year capital status, as well as operating budget and the capital program discussions that we've had. So I will leave that up for council to deliberate.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
I don't believe that we've gone through the open capital
Sorry.
for this area, so this may be premature.
Through Madam Mayor, if council wishes, we can deal with that after lunch.
I think that's a wise decision.
Sure. That has been excluded from the paragraph there.
I'm advised that we went a little out of order this year, so I think what we should do is after the operating and the user rate operating, typically Ms. Brown does the open capital before we launch into the new capital, just so we understand. So we were remiss, so maybe we rectify that after the break and start with that. Then this would be much more appropriate to deal with the motion and recommendations here from Budget Committee.
I'm seeing nods. I think people are all needing a break.
Right, so through Madam Mayor, if council wishes, we can recess at this point, and I will represent this portion following the review of the open capital and the tenure.
Thank you. And what time would that be, just to?
CAO Webster, is there an anticipated time for break?
I
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest 1:30 to start, if that would be a 50-minute break for all.
50-minute. I'm seeing nods here. 1:40? I have suggested 1:40. Do I have enough votes for that one? I think I do. So if we can have an hour break at this point. We've accomplished a great deal this morning by moving it along for sure, and I know that people need to stretch their body and stretch their mind a little bit as well. And we could be back here at 1:40. Good afternoon. We will now resume the remainder of our Budget Committee meeting. I believe we're going to review the open capital and 10-year capital information under CPRC. And staff, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I believe a spreadsheet has been provided by finance staff. I would ask that finance staff provide the page reference numbers for council and the public.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, so for the open capital projects or the previously approved capital, it's on the second page of the document. And the 10-year is in a separate document, and we're looking at pages 5 to 7 in that document.
Your page number, sorry.
So for the open capital, it's on the second page of addendum 1, which is a separate 11 by 14. Yeah, it was in the back as an addendum. Yeah. So there's 2 pages like this, and one is titled Previously Approved Capital, and on the second page of that is where CPRC starts.
Members of council all have the pages? No, not yet, okay.
I think I'll just follow it on the screen.
We could do that too. Everyone with us here? There are a number of, yeah, there are a number of large pages and small print, so it's a combination of trying to make sure we're on the right one. So if you see some people shuffling still when you start, they haven't landed yet, but they will. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Under the Department Community Parks, Rec and Culture, you'll notice there are a number of parks projects, facilities projects, as well as parks fleet and one facilities fleet project. I will say that a number of the projects are either 100% complete, or you will see a high percentage completion rate or spend rate on a number of the projects. Those are only listed for carry forward if they're in the 80th to 90th percentile for amount spent, is to finish off that project and receive final billing on the project to then close it out. You know, there's examples on there under each of the areas. For example, the Oriole Drive pedestrian bridge and trail, you'll see at a 100% spend complete. Keeping in mind that project, for example, it shows an overage. However, we did receive quite a large grant fund that offset almost half of that project's value. Under facilities, for example, the Health and Active Living Plaza project is at a 99% complete for the design. It's obviously 100% complete now. We've received final billing, and we've tendered the project and are now into contract admin, or the next phase of the project. But just examples of some context behind the amount spent versus complete, and a number of the projects that are being carried forward. If there's a high percentage of amount spent, they'll be taken off the books early this year, within the first quarter of 2023. Some of the fleet projects, for example, the ice resurfacers along lead delivery item, that was awarded in the summer, and we're expecting delivery and completion of the project into early this year. So I hope that provides a bit of background behind the projects and where they are as far as their completion rates versus amount spent towards each of the projects. Happy to answer any question related to any of the parks or facilities projects or fleet projects that we have ongoing.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. And again, this being my first kind of budget session through this, and you being the first up, you get the benefit of my questions. So when I was looking through the capital spend, the start date, we referenced start date. One of the things that kind of surprised me that we didn't really target a finish date. And so I guess my question is around, one, why do we target a finish date? And if so, why wouldn't we document it? Just from accountability purposes of seeing how well we are doing as a team. And then I guess this document, I think it's great to see that we are tracking it, but let's say for a project that is similar and we're asking for more money, like, do we not close off one project before we start another one? And I don't know if that is specifically that you have any of those items, but there was a few, and I'll bring them up later. So do we close them out? So there was a few questions there, so I don't know if you can answer that or.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can speak specifically to the Community Parks Rec and Culture projects that may provide, may provide some narrative to some of the other projects as you're going through the capital budget. I will say that we've made best efforts to try to keep this list as current as possible. What you will see, for example, under a number of the facility projects, is the majority of the years are 2022 budget year asks, and that's often because there's either a design component to the budget, or there's a procurement, and then we either build or we have it procured and then we have it taken off the books. So ideally, the flow through is it never goes beyond the 2 years. There are instances where we will have multi-year projects because, there are sometimes trail projects that require external bodies for approvals, such as the LSRCA or the region. We partner with the region on a number of trail projects. So those are projects that you might see a longer duration on. But ideally, we like to take all of our projects off maximum of 2 years. And I believe finance can speak about the position of our capital budget and the policy that we have that supports that as well, Councillor.
So through you, Madam Mayor. A couple of years ago, we developed a policy on closing open capital projects. So if there's no activity in a project that was approved for 2 years, or the project was completed, we'll actively go and close those projects. So there shouldn't be projects on the listing that are lingering for 3 or 4 years and with no activity. So if they are on, we ask them to be closed, and you have to rebudget if you need those funds in the future.
Wonderful, thank you. And Madam Mayor, just in follow-up again to the kind of the spirit of operational kind of execution and so we have never asked departments to kind of put a finish date on, and we've got start dates, and we know that approval will give start, but finish dates.
So through you, Madam Mayor, we do ask departments for anticipated completion dates. We haven't documented it in the official budget binder, but that is a good suggestion to include in future budgets.
Great, thank you, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, a couple of these, I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on their status. I guess it's part of that discussion that Councillor Carruthers raised this morning about funding for the design of a project versus funding for the design and construction. And so when I'm looking at Project 22-001, which is the radial line trail extension to Green Lane, it says it's in concept design phase, estimated completion Q4 2023. But then when I look at the parking lot expansion, the one below it, item number 2, which is the Nikita Trail parking lot, it says in concept design, estimated completion Q3 2023, construction 2024. So the money that we have budgeted, the $246,000 for the radial line trail, is that just for design? Or is that also for construction, and when might we expect to see that delivered for the community versus the parking lot? It's not clear, and I'm looking for a little bit of clarification, please.
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. That particular project, we have designed the project. We are planning on tendering it and constructing it in 2023. We do have a portion of land that we are looking at as far as land procurement with one of the developers in town that we were in consultation with regards to land procurement with a small sliver adjacent to LSRCA in town land. That is the only item that we have to move past in order to then tender and get the trail built. So that's a current status of that project.
Thank you. So we will see it, we can expect it to be delivered in 2023, because I know the community is very anxious to see that finished.
That's what we're planning, and that's what we intend to deliver.
Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
I'm having a little trouble understanding, to Councillor Roy DeClemente's point about when it's construction and when completion just means completion of the design. So with the radial line in concept design phase, estimated completion Q4 2023, and then you go down to the Nikita parking lot expansion, concept of design, estimated completion Q3 2023, and then another comment that construction will be 2024. So I'm reading this as estimated completion means estimated completion of the design phase, and then we'd have to have another comma construction and the year of construction. But if that's the case, then there's a bit of a discrepancy here, because the two projects that I'm looking at in Ward 1 have the money attached to them, but construction not till 2024. The Emily Park playground and new trail and the Nikita parking lot. Yet the two that say that they're going to be completed in 2023 don't have the dollars attached to them for the construction. And it was my understanding after our conversation offline that the design had actually been completed in Q4 2022. And this looks like the design concept is going to be Q4 2023. So trying to get an idea on what's happening with those projects. I'm almost thinking that with some of these, we need like a separate page with more details. Seems to be some confusion.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I also might suggest that we include in the description whether the project is design or design and construction.
Yeah.
I think that would help certainly clarify what the project actually entails at the time. I can speak to Oriole and Soldiers Bay, the last two on the parks list. That is for design only. We're now at the point where we're confident with the design and the approvals, and we could ask for the for the budget dollars to construct. As for Emily Park and I believe it was Colony Trail.
No, Nikita Trail parking.
Oh, sorry, Nikita Trail parking. So that is actually design and construction. So that's another example of where I think our description could improve. And we are in a position to construct that in 2023. So that can change to construction 2023.
Okay, so I think before we can approve this in principle, we're going to need this to be updated, because we're going to, with the Nikita, we need that date changed to 2023 for construction. With Oriole and Soldiers Bay, it does say design, but then if we are asking for construction, there needs to be, I guess, separate lines for construction, and that is going to be complete in 2024 for both of those, as well as with I was going to say with Emily Trail, we don't need the dollars yet if we're not constructing till 2024, but the dollars are already previously approved, so I'll hold that comment. But Emily Park, we're not doing anything with that, Emily Park and Simcoe Trail, not doing anything on that in the next year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's my understanding that those are designed and we'd be in a position to tender, award, and construct. So I believe those could also change to 2023.
Okay. So could, Madam Mayor, I would feel better getting this updated before approving it in principle, just given that those are some substantial changes.
Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we will update the listing. The listing is here for information. We're not seeking approval of the listing, but
Okay.
we will update it.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers?
So just that we'll get the cost for the construction of the Oriole and Soldiers Bay will be added to the budget. Just double checking on that. Just if we're approving anything in principle, I just want to make sure we're very clear.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, if that is the request of council, then absolutely staff will provide that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So with respect to the Oriole and Soldiers Bay, I would expect that we would have a capital sheet to be added into our binder for consideration with within all of the programs for the whole package. I did have a question about the Temperance Hall and the Visitor Center's site servicing. It's item 22-13. It's $111,000. The status is awaiting site servicing through Woodbine 1. My understanding is that it's being done as part of the connection through the Civic Center parking lot and so on. Is there a cost to us for that? Or is it being rolled into the Woodbine 1 project and we don't have to spend this $100,000? Or is it a portion? Can we review that capital project?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is a portion of the project. It's not the full project. Woodbine 1 will provide the service and the manhole to tie into, and that will be on the Civic Center property. The capital project that you see here is to lateral from the Temperance Hall and then provide the service connection into that manhole on the Civic Center property. So that's that portion, as well as taking the septic offline, and it's also providing any servicing that would be required any removal of the servicing that's currently on site and remediation of the site, which is the septic bed, and then tie-in of the Temperance Hall, which is the property that we own and operate on the Temple site. But it would be going to the same visitor center location for servicing, which would be the manhole on the Civic Center property.
So despite the fact that this is actually happening as part of the Woodbine 1 project, we still need to spend $110,000 to create that lateral connection?
There still is a cost for us to provide the lateral connection and remove the septic. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time.
Through you, Madam Mayor, General Manager Karmazin will go through some of the highlights on the 10-year capital plan, which is, so it's also part of it, a separate addendum, and I believe pages 5 to 7 have the CPRC's 10-year capital plan.
Could you repeat that, please? I see some people still having, searching.
So pages 5 to 7 in the 10-year capital plan.
Okay. I think we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. As you can see, through you, Madam Mayor, that this is a comprehensive list of long-term capital, 2023 to 2032. There are a number of projects on here. We've done our best to estimate these in current year dollars and with an index to year of construction. One of the things that should be noted, as previously indicated by CAO Webster and General Manager Marshall, is the whole impact of the development charges background study and the New Homes Built Faster Act and any implications on development charges. So that would be under review, obviously through finance and senior management team. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the projects listed on the CPRC 10-year capital.
Questions? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Project number 34, 19-034, the tree removal and replacement for emerald ash borer. I thought we were done with that multi-year project.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have completed that project as far as the assessment, the review of replacement requirements, and then there was a 5-year plan for replacement. And so that project would have concluded last year. And we do require a report back to council to close that out and provide a status update.
Okay, so you still need to report it and close it? Are you okay, Councillor Crone?
I'm fine.
All right.
It's fine,
We're all
thank
very
you.
concerned.
Grabbing something off the floor.
I know it's a lot of money. Thank you, Mr. Karmazin.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I think that is the CPRC department review, and I think we can go to the recommendations. Clerk.
Through Madam Mayor, I'm just going to pull forward the proposed recommendation for council's consideration. Just bear with me for a moment. So the recommendation is on the screen before you, Madam Mayor. It starts with receiving the review of the 2023 tax-supported budget review, the fee-supported budget review under CPRC, as well as the open capital project and 10-year capital status reviews. Following that, Councillor Roy DeClemente has proposed a little bit of a change to the operating portion of the recommendation for council's consideration. So that's highlighted in blue.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
I can certainly speak to it.
Please.
This is just, when we start going through these budgets, there are things that that we flag, whether it's on the operating or the capital, and this was, I think, on the operating, this was one that council wanted to know a little bit more about as far as the annex lease is concerned. But we'd be approving it in principle regardless, so the money is there if we decide to continue with the lease.
And subsequent to that, Madam Mayor, is the 2023 new capital program for CPRC. What I have done is I've prepared all of the projects under different categories of parks operations, facilities, parks fleet, as well as facilities fleet. There was one note by council it's highlighted in yellow in relation to project CP 23011. That's the range hood fire suppression systems. I believe the intent was to refer that to staff for further information.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Thank you. I believe that it was, that we were asking for some review of the range hood. We also were combining the Mount Albert Community Center step replacements with the accessibility ramp. And we were looking to examine the tennis court infrastructure replacements. There was both Shannon Park and Sharon Hills Park that were requested for consideration, as well as some communications, not necessarily changing the scope of the project, but some request or direction to staff for communications regarding the AED program. I don't know if that needs to be captured in our motion, but certainly the tennis courts, the step and ramp, as well as the range hood. We also wanted to clarify the mower pricing on the 4 different mowers, because there was some discrepancy about a $6,000 leaf catcher.
Through you, Madam Mayor, perhaps this is a question that's posed back to council. If the intent is to combine certain elements or staff have made notes in respect to the various different components of this area, we can certainly include it as part of a motion, or do you want them to be adopted as they were presented?
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
As far as I'm concerned, I'd like it registered within our motion that we've made these changes. I know, obviously, that our finance staff have been taking copious notes and will have registered some of that, but as far as what council's intent is concerned with respect to these projects, I'd like to make sure that we're as complete as possible.
Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It might be helpful in this instance. This is the initial session. We have 3 sessions booked. Rather than starting to pass motions that are sort of half approved and this has got to be reported back on, I would suggest that council could just receive, provide direction to come back. That's really what next Wednesday is intended for. Next Wednesday is not budget adoption. Next Wednesday is to come back with materials of the amounts, and I think the questions, Councilor Roy DeClemente has done a great job of noting them, as have staff, but I think we come back with an addendum and we can just walk through Emily Park and the why something $6,000 more and a few things such as that, and then have a motion that gets, if Budget Committee is going to adopt it and recommend to council, it'll be cleaner than sort of these ones where we're half in process. So I would suggest that this just be received today, with direction from council to report back on the 8th, I believe it is. Is it 8th is next Wednesday?
Is that your motion?
I can certainly make that motion. I think Councillor Carruthers wanted to speak.
Go ahead, please.
And I'm hoping that when this comes back for council to approve, if we could get a copy of it, even just emailed to us, just as you're scrolling through, I'm reading, and then it goes up, and then it goes back down again as you're focusing on different parts, but I'm trying to read it from the beginning, and if we don't have it in front of us, it's really hard for us to know everything that's in there. So when this is ready, if you could email it to us so that we can at least see it and have our own copy of it to scroll through, that would be very, very helpful. Thanks.
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely.
Yeah.
Councillor Foster.
Madam Mayor, I've been kind of quiet so far today, and some of this stuff has been grating on me a little bit. I think that what CAO Webster just suggested gives our staff time to come back with some different ideas. It makes perfect sense to me. You know, we're arguing about buying 4 lawnmowers, and our staff is simply following a replacement schedule. We're talking about replacing or resurfacing every tennis court in town on this budget. This is not the last budget we're ever going to pass. So it gives our staff time to come back and say, you know, this might be a multi-year project. So I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? I'm not seeing any. See people writing.
So through you, Madam Mayor, for this aspect of the meeting, the intent is to simply receive the information that's been provided to staff in accordance with the various different components. And there's been no indication of approving any or making anything in principle in terms of the operating or capital. That's subject to further reporting back. So that is what council would be voting on, is just to simply receive the information provided.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor John. Oh, that's right. Don't have to. All good. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried.
So, Madam Mayor, the next part of our discussions is going to be with our CIES group and General Manager Molinari. Excuse me. You'll find the operating program on page 65 of your book.
Did you say 65?
65.
Thank you.
58 for PDF.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
While everyone's finding that, could I introduce General Manager Molinari? So Mike Molinari brought a very diverse background to us. Started work actually in the Bahamas, and not quite as glamorous as here. He also, I believe, worked in Ajax and Oshawa prior to here. And he was with Stouffville as part of the York Region Confederation as their head engineer. And in 2014, we had a vacancy for our general manager of a very important frontline area, and we were fortunate to have Mike join us, and he's been with us now into his 9th year, and I think this is his 9th budget. So he's built a terrific team as well, so I'll pass it over to Mike to present the CIS budget for this year and business plan.
Thank you, Mr. Webster.
Thank you, CAO Webster. Appreciate that. Got me tongue-tied.
What's your name?
Yeah, welcome to the CIS component of the budget. We're on page 65 in the budget binder and 58 on the website PDF. So CIS is responsible for planning infrastructure through comprehensive master plans, maintaining the town's road, water, sewer, and fleet infrastructure, developing and implementing the capital program to support the road, water, and sewer infrastructure. The department also manages the engineering component of development approvals and performs site inspections from earthworks up to assumption. We also administer the curbside waste collection contract and associated environmental programs such as the green bin and blue box, textile and battery recycling, etc. The department is supported by 34.5 full-time positions, 10 crossing guards, and approximately 10 part-time seasonal positions. And the half position that was mentioned earlier, half of it is in CIS and half of it is in Mr. Carmeson's area. And that actually has been a fantastic split, because that person works in the summer in parks, and then when we need them in the wintertime, they come over and drive a truck and help out with our winter operations. So that has been a great initiative that has really benefited both of our areas. So CIS is split into 2 functional areas. We have engineering, which includes fill operations, capital programs and traffic engineering and development engineering, and that's led by our Director of Engineering, Paul Newman. We also have the Public Works Operations area, which is led by our Director of Operations, Jeff Meggett, which includes road operations such as summer and winter road and sidewalk maintenance, water and wastewater operations, and waste management and management of the town's fleet. So any questions on this to date? None?
I'm not seeing any at this point.
Okay, next page, please, which is our key priorities and objectives. So the CS department has a number of key priorities and objectives, including annual key priorities and objectives that support our ongoing key departmental functions, such as supporting our staff through training and development, coordinating with the region, province, and other municipalities on best practices and delivering projects, managing our road, water, sewer infrastructure from capital delivery perspective, from planning what infrastructure is required to implementing the capital program and ultimately maintaining that infrastructure. This would include items such as developing our annual capital plan, including the road resurfacing and concrete repairs and sign retroreflectivity, includes managing development approvals, as well as inspection of site plans and subdivisions to ensure quality work, includes testing and maintaining our drinking water system to ensure safe drinking water, as well as maintaining the town's service levels for summer and winter maintenance of our road network. Also managing the waste collection contract for the curbside collection program and associated environmental programs such as textile and battery recycling, managing fill sites, traffic, and the associated bylaws. There are also some priorities and objectives for specific high-profile projects and initiatives that the town wishes to implement, such as working with the region to deliver the Lower York servicing solution, to provide the town with the servicing and allocation to facilitate future growth and build out of the town, implementing new downloaded responsibilities from the province for environmental compliance applications, otherwise known as ECAs, to provide stewardship for storm and sanitary infrastructure. This program needs to be developed and maintained as an annual program to ensure compliance with those ECAs. Also developing and implementing a number of strategies to manage infrastructure, such as our fleet strategy, our municipal drain strategy, our LED streetlight conversion strategy, and servicing strategies to support our employment lands. We also look to finalize and deliver the Transportation Master Plan and the Water and Wastewater Master Plan in 2023, as well as complete the public consultation and design for our 2 downtown revitalization projects, Centre Street in Mount Albert, as well as Yonge Street and Holland Landing. Are there any questions on the key priorities and objectives?
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
This seems like a very extensive list. So my question is, do you have the staffing in place to accomplish all of this? There's a lot of big items on here in addition to the day-to-day operations, which I know from being council liaison, it's a busy department, and we've got 2 major master plans as well as 2 downtown revitalizations and a bunch of strategies. Are we fine with staffing to get these all done? I don't want to, at the end of the year, see these getting deferred yet another year.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I appreciate the concern. And yes, we have a lot of work going on in my area. A lot of the things that I've already mentioned is already work in progress. So we're already committed to that. As a result, for 2023, we're looking to, and actually, if you recall, back when we did the 2022 budget, there were a couple projects that we actually, at the time, said, you know, we just don't have the resources, and we pushed some of those out. Some of those projects we committed to bringing back in 2023, including some works in Mount Albert. Yes, I believe we've got the resources in place to do what we need to do, but we are stretched right now with the work that we have in hand. But we've committed to those projects, and we're well underway to delivering the program as per our priorities and objectives.
Wonderful, thank you so much.
Other questions? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Okay, so next page. So these are our departmental metrics, which is on page 68 and 70. So looking at our total work orders tracked, it's a measure of how much work is happening in town by our staff. And we can see that, you know, there was a steady increase from 2019, 20, and 21. And that was a function of the 3-year fiber optic contract installation that was being completed for high-speed internet. And so we see in 2022 there was a bit of a drop-off, and that is primarily related to that project being complete. Winter operations events, really the number of events varies year by year, depends on the number of storms, the weather, et cetera. And we can see in 2022, it looks like it was pretty much an average year with approximately 64 storms. Total locate requests, again, we can see that there looked like it was a fairly steady increase from 19 to 21, and really that is due to that fiber installation project by Bell, and then we can see in 2022 it drops back down to its historical levels. Road occupancy permits issued, again, it's really a measure of private contractor work, and we can see that there was a little bit less activity on the roads by private contractors in up to about 2020, and then a slight increase since that time. Next page, please. So waste management. We can see, and as we would expect, with growth, there'd be an increase in total weight that would be received by the town. We can see that there was a slight drop-off in the rate from 21 to 22, and we believe that that's just a simple fact of people returning to work after COVID. Now, on the waste collection cost per household, we can see that those costs per household seem to be increasing from 2018 to 21. And then there was a bit of a drop. And that, again, we believe is related to the fact that people were returning. So although we have more waste at the curb, people were putting less at each of their individual homes. And when you look at it on a cost per household, it looked like those costs were somewhat less because there was less waste at the curb at each of those homes. Total roads and sidewalk kilometers, as expected, we anticipate that this measure will continue to grow with as the town grows, and it's done just that at a fairly slow and steady rate. And we would expect this to kind of continue at this same rate until the next wave of growth, and then we would likely see a spike in the rate at which that new roads and sidewalks would be provided to the town. In terms of road maintenance costs per household, this one's somewhat interesting in that, you know, it seems to hover right around the 300 mark, and it's done that for the last 4 years. And you know, even though despite inflation over the past few years, I think really what that comes down to is, you know, staff have been pretty good about continuous improvement exercises and trying to do things a little bit more efficiently with our winter maintenance and some of our maintenance programs. So we're very proud that we've been able to continue to deliver our programs and maintain those costs per household, mainly flat, especially in such trying economic times. Next page, please. Commercial fill volume placed. Again, this is a measure that just kind of looks at the total volume of fill in town and somewhat as sporadic over time. We would expect once the overhaul pit ramps up that these numbers will again spike and find a new plateau. And we expect that to happen fairly shortly. In terms of fill sites investigated, there's less activity out in there with respect to fill sites just through COVID, and now since 2020 we can see that there's a slight increase, but it's generally seems to be staying at the same or just slightly elevated levels since that time. In terms of engineering submissions, this is really a measure of how busy our engineering section is. There's been a moderate decrease over time as the number of building permits have decreased, but there's still a lot of building permits in the system. And as we've noted in previous council workshops, it often takes 7 to 10 years for development to go from planning to assumption. And even though, you know, some of those developments may be slowing down now, there's still a 10-year supply worth of work for the CIS department in order to keep those projects that are in the pipe moving. Similar to the active sites, you know, we can see that again fluctuates over time, and in 2022 there were a number of assumptions that took place, 5 assumptions in particular, which significantly decreased the graph on that 1 year. So, but again, there's still significant amount of work in the department, and to keep all of the existing development inspected and plans reviewed, et cetera. Are there any questions on our metrics?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay. So the CIS, actually, next page, please. Yeah. So the CIS 2023 tax-supported budget very closely resembles the 2022 approved budget. The budget includes operating expenditures of approximately $6.9 million, which represents an overall increase of $71,000 or 1%. This increase is largely due to increase in salaries and benefits, a waste collection contractual increase, and an increase in our contribution to reserves. Next page, please. So if I can just kind of walk you through some of the adjustments on here. So salaries and benefits has increased by $64,000, which is includes a transfer of $35,000 from the Public Works line item. There's been a removal of $28,000 for crossing guards under contracted services. We actually perform that service in-house. It used to be performed by a contractor, but we have staff that do that now. So that line item was no longer required. We've moved $25,000 from materials and supplies to equipment repair, and we've added an extra $5,000 for equipment repair just to deal with inflation and increased number of pieces of equipment, et cetera. We've added $3,000 to our drone license software to accommodate our new drone. We have our $68,000 increase, which is 5% contractual increase for waste collection. We have a reduction of $22,000 in indirect costs where some staff salaries were moved to the fee and capital budgets. And finally, there was a $15,000 increased contribution to reserve. So lots of pluses and minuses in there and transferring money from one account to the other. But at the end of the day, what it represents is a net $71,000 increase, which represents 1%. So happy to answer any questions on the operating budget.
Councilor De Clemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Molinari. How do you determine what level of contributions to reserves that you should be making? Because it seems to me that a $15,000 contribution is rather modest, given the discussion we had earlier about bridges, for example. How is that number arrived at, and should we be adding more to it?
Well, I'll refer that one to General Manager Marshall.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the 15,000 increase actually is with respect to the increase in fleet. So the comment you made earlier about the operating impacts, this is the end result of identifying those operating impacts. And so we've increased the contribution to the reserve because of the additional fleet from previous years.
And so when we start talking about capital and we look at our roads program, which is almost exclusively funded by gas tax, and we may need to top that up, that wouldn't be arriving in our operating budget. That would come through the capital side of things.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'd be looking at that corporately, so you'd see that through the corporate-wide initiatives.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
Next page, please. Thank you. Okay, so this is a chart of our expenditures by branch and revenues by branch. So in terms of expenditures, CIS has expended about $6.8 million, and that's primarily due to operations and waste management. On the revenue side, there's been about $180,000 worth of revenue, and on the waste management side, that's attributable to the Blue Box rebate, which brought in approximately $75,000. And then we have about $5,000 from the sales of blue boxes and green bins, et cetera. On the operations side, the revenues are mainly brought in through road occupancy permits, municipal consents, boundary road recoveries from other adjacent municipalities such as Uxbridge and King. And also there's some recovery from street sweeping and winter maintenance from our trucks doing work in the development sites. And happy to answer any questions on expenditures and revenues.
Any questions at this time? Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Mayor, if I could, actually just back on the previous, in talking about the tax-supported budget, when we look at, you spent time in your presentation about moving money between buckets, and you landed at the 1%, and that great work, and that's amazing. Do we as a council, is there a report that shows us what you didn't spend in 2022? Because I would think that you moving around that money, there was a reason why you moved that around. And that, like, I recognize that the surplus will end up going to our reserves for that year, but is there a document that exists that shows that? Do we have that?
I'll refer that to General Manager Marshall.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, our year-end annual financial reporting will show the variances. So that's your end result, but we also bring a report before that is produced that has our unaudited results. So there's 2 times within the next few months that you'll see results on the actuals.
And so in follow-up, I don't physically have it now, I will be getting it.
You will be getting it,
Okay,
yes.
thank you, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, that concludes our the first section on the tax-supported operating budget. We'll now move to the fee-supported, which is on page 97 to 100 in the budget binder and page 1 to 4 on the website PDF. Oh. Okay, so looking at the development and fee-supported budget, CIS has 2 functional areas in this budget. The first area is development engineering, which manages the engineering component for site plans and subdivisions. Essentially, this includes the design approvals and inspections from earthworks to assumption. The second area is fill operations that processes site alteration permits, provides oversight and monitoring for fill sites, from small to large commercial fill sites such as MAP, and also monitors the town for illegal fill activity. Next page, please.
So there are a couple of minor changes proposed for the CIS component of the fee-supported budget. There's a reinstatement of funding for an existing inspector or plans reviewer position that was left vacant for a few years. We're proposing to hire the staff position mid-year and thus only require approximately 50% funding in 2023. This, along with step increases and a maternity benefit, result in approximately a $90,000 increase. So the staff component is $60,000 and the maternity component is about $30,000. There was an increase to the indirect corporate costs for fill operations of approximately $70,000, and all other CIS-related items remain essentially unchanged from 2022. Are there any questions on the fee-supported budget?
I'm not seeing any at this time.
Okay. So next page, please. Actually, next page again. Thank you. Okay, so in terms of expenditures and revenues by branch, engineering and fill are small components of the overall budget. 20% of the expenditures and 8% of the revenues. The revenues are typically from site plan and subdivision fees, as well as tipping fees from the fill sites. Any questions on the expenditures and revenues?
I'm not seeing any at this time. Oh, sorry, Councillor Roy declined. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick one. Back onto page 99 for the, it's under the development engineering portion, and there's a draw from reserves of 541,000. I realize that there's an ebb and flow that takes place here. I'm just wanting to confirm that we're not, that this trend is, that this is an anomaly rather than a consistent trend based on our development activity. I know that happens, but
Well,
just wanted to check.
certainly I'll pass it on to General Manager Marshall to answer.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, you're correct that there are ebbs and flows. The past couple years, we've been anticipating development being lower than in previous years, which means there's going to be a draw on the reserve. For this year, 2022, we're going to be seeing a contribution as opposed to a draw. We had a similar projection for a draw last year, but you're going to see a larger contribution because of activity. So it does ebb and flow. We have done a projection of what the reserve is going to look like in the next few years, and there is going to be some pressure because development activity is going to be lower, but once we get past that hump, it'll be increasing again.
So if I'm correct, I'm going to the reserves continuity schedule. I'm seeing that we're projecting a contribution of 1.5, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then this year will be okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Not seeing any, go ahead.
Okay. Well, that concludes the development and fee component of the operating budget. So we're moving on now to previously approved capital, and that's on Addendum 1, page 3, the budget binder, and on the website, it's Agenda PDF, page 4. So that's Addendum 1 on page 3 in the budget binder.
Pardon me?
And I believe for clerks, that's the combined PDF, page 311.
What page number again, sorry?
It's, what we're looking for is a large 11 by 17 Yeah, and it essentially starts at the top of the page with capital program and traffic engineering, and it's labeled previously approved capital project status.
We are mired in paperwork here. Find it?
Sure.
Yep, I've got it. Good. Everyone on page?
Okay.
I think we're fine. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, so CIS has worked hard over the last few years to minimize our open capital and catch up on projects that were impacted by COVID. Although some projects are multi-year projects, others from time to time encounter obstacles that require more effort and time to complete depending on circumstances. So of the 35 projects listed, 14 are to be closed or are simply awaiting delivery of fleet, which can sometimes take up to 2 years. 9 are 75% complete or more and are expected to be completed in 2023. 5 of them are multi-year projects that were intended to be carried forward, and the remaining are mostly 2022 projects that have commenced but will need time in 2023 to complete them. So a couple of projects I'd like to highlight would be on page 3, and that would be 19062 Valley Mills retaining wall. So this project's being closed, and a new project sheet is being proposed in the 2023 budget in order to complete the design work and fund for the construction in 2024. Another project I'd like to highlight is 20040, which is Highway 48 sidewalk. The design is 100% complete and awaiting final permit from the MTO. And thanks to council for assisting us with getting that project past the finish line. A construction tender is going to be planned for issue in Q1 of 2023. Another one I'd like to highlight is project 20041 downtown Mount Albert Center Street revitalization. It's a multi-year project, and concept designs are well underway with positive feedback to date on the plan. Our plan is to go back out to the public with the next iteration of the design concept, and subject to general alignment with council and the public, finalize the design in 2023 and advance construction contract by year end in early 2024. The budget sheet's been updated for 2023 to make project funds available to maximize the grant funding and advance project timelines, and we'll get to that as part of the next section in the budget. Project 21006 is the TMP, Transportation Master Plan update. The modeling's complete. Consultation with the development community in the region is underway, and there will be one further statutory public information center with the public prior to finalizing the study and bringing it to council for final approval. We're targeting completion by summer or early fall of 2023, and that's the same timeline for the water wastewater budget, or water wastewater master plan as well. Water wastewater budget is next week. In terms of bridge rehabilitations, 21008, following damage to the 2 bridges on East Town Line Road, which is expected to be due to heavy overloaded trucks, both structures have been closed. Staff have researched some very cost-effective options to reinstate the bridges using pre-manufactured modular designs, and staff will be providing an update report to council with cost prior to awarding the design RFP for the work. Bridge 114 on Queensville Side Road has just had its shoring work completed, which will allow the town to extend its service life for a couple of years while the design for the replacement is being completed. And finally, Project 22008, Downtown Holland Landing, Yonge Street Revitalization. So similar to the Mount Albert Center Street Revitalization Project, the Yonge Street project is also in its design development stage, with the design being approximately 30% complete. Staff will be obtaining public feedback shortly, and subject to positive response from the public and council, the project timelines will be advanced to complete the design in 2023 to inform the 2024 budget. We would like to note, though, that the region's road reconstruction of Yonge Street, along with the town's water main project, are major drivers for the timing of the construction for this project, and thus the construction of the trail and sewer infrastructure will all need to be highly coordinated together. So construction is expected in 2024, 2025 timeframe. Are there any questions on open capital?
I have one, and it's regarding the Town Line Bridge. Can you give us just a little bit of where we're going with this? It seems like we're literally spinning our tires.
Well, so the two bridges on Town Line, they unfortunately, through heavy loading of those two bridges failed. And for safety reasons, we had to close those two bridges. But we've come across a modular bridge design that is pre-manufactured. So as long as we can reuse the abutments, we should be able to just, take that modular bridge and place it with some minor work to those particular abutments. And it seems to be a very cost-effective solution, and actually, somewhat aesthetic as well. So there was recently a similar bridge that was installed in Kitchener-Waterloo area that received an APW, Association of Professional Works designation. Basically, it received an award for that structure. So that's the type of bridge structure we're looking to implement, and it works out to be about almost half the price of a full bridge that's built in place, and you end up with the same service life out of it. So we haven't really. Well, sometimes with these things, you wonder where. It's almost like it's too good to be true, and we're waiting for where's the part of it that we're not going to like, and we actually haven't found that yet. So this option seems to be providing us with a really good option to be able to implement it quickly. So that's kind of where we're at with that.
Is Uxbridge still working with us on this?
Absolutely. So we're partners. The town of East Gwillimbury is the lead on the project, and Uxbridge funds it 50%.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And, we obviously jumped to the bridge rehabilitation because of that $4.3 million budget line. Do you have a sense of how many other bridges in the next 3 to 5 years?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is, by regulation, we have to do bridge assessments every 2 years. So every 2 years, we bring in a consultant, they assess all of the bridges in town and culverts as well, okay. And provide us with a report. And over the years, and typically, your bridges will last, you probably have an 80-year service life on them. So you have a long-term
so we've had bad
solution.
luck.
Well, I think what we've had is we've done some work on the bridges, but they are reaching that point of their life now, in some cases, and in some instances, we've had the designs completed for years. We actually have to actually update those designs, and we put those designs on the shelf in the anticipation of getting some grant funding, so that we can redo those bridges with. Hopefully 50-cent dollars or something that helps to make it a little less painful for the town's budget. So that's been the strategy, and unfortunately, it looks like in the case of the bridges on Town Line Road, if it wasn't for the heavy loading of that, we'd have been okay. We actually had a project in place to do a holding strategy that would have bought us an extra 10 years. Okay. And then, hopefully over that time, if look for some sort of a grant fund in order to be able to replace that bridge with something a little more durable and long-lasting. So that's been the strategy on the bridges, because they are a very expensive replacement option. So the idea is to look for grant funding where we can. and maximize that.
So just in follow-up with my question about 3 to 5 years of how many, like, would we get that presented on that February 14th meeting? Is that where we can kind of expect that, to see that?
Well, we have, through Madam Mayor, we actually have, as part of our 10-year forecast, we have a projection of what we believe we're going to need for our bridge projects going forward for the next 10 years. That plan that we have identifies all the bridges, and it gives us the service life that's remaining in it. So we know which bridges we need to concentrate on, and as we continue to do those assessments, hopefully some of those we can push out a little bit longer if they don't deteriorate at the same rate that's expected. Sometimes, you know, they hold on a little bit longer, and sometimes not. But the idea is to just look at that outlook and plan for those bridges that are within that 10-year horizon.
So in follow-up, like the 3 to 5 years, is that somewhere in this?
Yes, it would be. We have that in our 10-year capital forecast.
Okay.
So we'll get to that at the end. If
Perfect.
you want,
Yeah,
or we
no,
can go that
perfect.
back.
I was just, because I'm staring at that, as you can imagine, I'm looking at the 4.3 and I recognize that's open, and I'm just thinking about ahead, as you can clearly guess. So, great, thank you we'll follow up after.
And really, the asset management plan will kind of take all of that stuff and pull it together so everything's in one place in terms of all of the town's assets.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Molinari. Thank you for this. I just wanted to circle back to the Town Line Bridge. So you're investigating what looks like a really good option. Best case scenario, because I know it's impacting families on either side of the town line in Uxbridge and in East Gwillimbury. It's having impacts with school busing and the like. Best case scenario, when do you think we might have this fixed and be able to drive on it again?
Well,
not that I'll hold you to it.
Yeah, the design RFP is out now. I would suspect that obviously, you know, because of where we want to get the closure opened as soon as possible, we will be pushing that to happen as quickly as we can. It could be as early as 23 or 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Lehay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. It's obvious that the department is working very efficiently with the staff that you have. And I have a question with regard to the Mount Albert Downtown Revitalization Project. You explained that both projects, Holland Landing and Mount Albert, were moving forward in terms of their downtown revitalization. But I understand that there are some differences that can possibly move up the timeline with regard to Mount Albert in getting the project started sooner and being completed faster, because there's no regional road involved, there's no money from the province linking the trail between the lakes, etc. So if we can stay out of conflicts with the utilities, and it's all being done by Town Works, is there a way for us to move up the timeline and get this started sooner, this project?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely, that's the plan that we're looking at doing. So, you know, when we take this out to the public for the next PIC, subject to everyone being in alignment and council being aligned with what the design concept is, you know, we're really looking at scoping that back to being, basically because of cost, to more of just the downtown area. So the project will not necessarily extend as far to the north and south as what it could have done, because really just trying to bring this project in within the dollars that were approved through that grant project. So that with that shortened scope, we believe that you know, subject to everyone being on the same page and agreeing to that, yeah, we think that we can finalize the design in 23 and potentially even get a construction contract out, or at least put together in 2023 for implementation. So this that is a significant advancement in the overall project timeline for that project.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess this is a similar question to some of the ones that we threw at Mr. Karmazin. So we've got a couple of these open projects that we've done designs on. So 20-043, new sidewalk designs. We've got a Highway 11 Young Street Multi-Use Path and lighting design. Once they've been designed, where's the resulting project to implement or complete?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor. So once we have the design assignment completed, that design assignment, it tells us how much the construction is expected to cost and what it is we're actually building. So we would, once the design is complete, then we would put a budget sheet in for that actual construction component.
Okay, so the Highway 11 multi-use path is 60% complete, so we won't see it built until 2024 then? You would be coming to us in the 2024 budget to finish it?
So through you, Madam Mayor, that's actually a project that's tied to a region road project. So we're doing the design, actually the region's doing the design to our standard as part of their contract.
Okay.
And that project will be implemented along with the region's project. So really, the extent of that one is we've asked the region, given our standards of what it is we want done, and they're managing that construction or that design assignment for us, and they will also manage the construction project.
Okay. And then further, the last one on this list, the downtown revitalization initiatives, we've spent 79% of that project already. That was from 2019. We've also got downtown revitalization for Mount Albert and downtown revitalization for Holland Landing. So what was that project?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So that was kind of the initial project that started it all, and that's the one that provided seed money in order to get both those projects kickstarted. So as you recall, it was we went out for grant funding, and without that grant funding, we were still moving forward with something, and that was the 2019 project, was to figure out what that something was going to be. So a lot of that money has been used to seed money for both of those projects in order to get things moving and get them underway. So I believe there's still a small amount of funds in that particular project, and it's just being kept open right now in case we need it for one of those two larger projects.
Well, I'm just thinking to that point, Mr. Molinari, we have two separate capital projects that are open, and you've got $53,000 sitting in this. It seems to me that we should be just closing this and throwing that $53,000 back into reserves. And should those projects need the additional funding, because they're already pretty substantially well resourced, that might be the better way forward and less confusing for everybody trying to figure out what we're revitalizing with that project.
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly we can, but given that we're looking to advance both of those projects, right now, without the designs being complete, there's some uncertainty as to what the end product is going to be, and we just wanted to hold those funds to be able to maybe provide some benefit if we needed it. But certainly, your point is well taken. I don't think it's going to be something that's going to make or break either of those two projects. So I guess we're at council's discretion on that one.
Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm happy to see that money still sitting there in case something comes up for the downtown revitalization. Holland Landing has been waiting a long time. It's something that residents have been asking for. So if we can do anything like we did the hanging baskets, that was well received by residents. If there's other ways that we can make enhancements before the whole project starts getting underway, I think the residents would really appreciate that, because if you're talking construction 24, 25, we know that can easily become 25, 26. Dealing with a region, it could be 26, 27. So having that little bit of money, if something comes up, that we can enhance the downtown prior to the whole revitalization project, I think it's good to have that money there. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are currently sitting on $913,000 for the downtown Mount Albert revitalization project and $320,000 for downtown Holland Landing that are unspent. If staff can't do the design and get this project underway within those timeframes, and within those funding envelopes, I'd like to know about it. I don't think $53,000 is going to make a whit of difference when we're talking about the scale and scope of these dollars.
Comments? Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, partially, this is why we have Wednesday next week, but I'll be frank with you.
We could leave it till then.
What gets complicated here is we get a seed money and then there's another project named and it leads to confusion. I think we can say that. We were fortunate to secure $2.7 million dollars from a grant for the Mount Albert revitalization. And we're trying to deliver a project that's about that. That's a lot of money. You can get project creep and spend double or triple that if you start expanding what you call the Mount Albert downtown core. And we're trying to keep it simple and keep it within that envelope. With respect to Holland Landing, I can table it in public session. There is a potential for a considerable grant as well that's been announced by the federal government. It's a game changer because it changes the scope of a project from being, doing things like we do now, affordable, like light up the landing and things that have been modest, to some real meaningful, and it's of the magnitude potentially of the Mount Albert grant. And we would like to have a session on both of them. There's a lot of swirling comments. I don't know if we have money in a project why we couldn't close the project and allocate it to the existing project, to be frank. And I think maybe what we'll do over the next week is take a look at this template for the carry forwards and try to simplify it with the status. We're getting carry forwards. I'll be honest, Councillor Foster brought up the Nokita Trailhead parking lot that seemed to have disappeared, and General Manager Karmazin showed me a rendering of it and said, no, we're ready to tender. And I find these projects that are approved in prior years tend to get lost, and we tend to bolt them on to these discussions. So maybe we could take a look at having streamlining this list and bringing it back to council, not for debate necessarily, but I think it might just be able to congeal some of the amounts and make the discussion a little simpler to follow for all of us, particularly the public that might be viewing in and listening to, you have money in one pot and not another pot. So that would be my suggestion, is we take these discussions and any other report backs and CIS and CPRC we report back on next Wednesday, maybe as well as some other departments.
I'm quite happy with that. I don't know others. I'm seeing nods. Thank you.
So that concludes our previously approved capital section. So now we would be moving on to proposed capital, which again is in your budget binder on page 103, and detail sheets 257 to 310, or on the website agenda summary, it's on page 3. And for clerks on the combined PDF, it starts on, I believe, on page 228. Okay, so the budget binder summary is on page 103, and we'll start with 103. And the website agenda summary is on page 3.
So it'll say Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services as the first line on the 8.5 by 11 sheet.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
So staff have a number of high-profile projects already underway, such as master plans, downtown revitalization projects, and the major bridge rehabilitations. In addition, as noted previously, the province has downloaded environmental compliance approvals to the town, and there is work required to initiate and manage this program. As a result, we have tried to limit the new CIS capital initiatives in 2023 in order to be able to properly manage the town's work in progress and leave time for these additional works and higher profile projects. As such, there are 8 capital projects and 4 fleet requests included in the 2023 budget. So I can provide a few highlights, and then we can review any projects the council wishes to review in more detail. So the first project I'd like to highlight, so 2141, is the downtown Mount Albert Center Street revitalization. So we're requesting a top-up for this project to be able to access the full funding available through the grant from the province and the federal government. With the funding in place, the town will finalize the design and fast-track the construction component to start as early as late 2023. So the budget request for this is $1.6 million. The other project I'd like to highlight is 23001, which is a regulatory asset management plan. So it's proposed that, that this important project be received and referred to a future workshop with council to discuss project scope, resources, and costs. Project 23004 is the Mount Albert Storm Outfalls and Retaining Wall. We noted this project earlier, and this budget will provide the funds to design 4 new outfalls that are in a state of disrepair, as well as the retaining wall and trail, if it is deemed to be required. So staff are going to be receiving feedback from the public and will provide recommendations to council to confirm the project scope prior to initiating the design assignment. It's actually a fairly complex project due to limited access, space, and heavy construction requirements, and thus the design is also going to require specialized services. And also because of that, we expect that the budget significant budget will be required for this project. So the budget for this project is about $518,000. Project 23005 is the Storm Pond Monitoring Plan and Maintenance Prioritization. So as previously noted, the ECA environmental compliance approvals are being downloaded to the town from the province, along with the requirement to rework our existing environmental compliance approvals for our storm and sanitary systems. This requires the town to develop operating and maintenance plans for those systems and must be used and complied with going forward. So the project would secure the services of the LSRCA for the storm environmental compliance approval to basically develop operating and maintenance manuals, complete some flow monitoring of those ponds, install gauges for each pond, and integrate with the town's citywide program. So this will all provide the framework to comply with the ECA going forward. So once the project's complete, staff resources and an annual operating budget will be required to administer the program going forward, starting in 2024.
So this capital project really just gets that program established and gives us the framework for what we need to do going forward. And it actually allows us to use the services of the LSRCA, who are probably the best suited to do this sort of work. So the budget for this is $150,000. Another project on the list is detailed inspection and remediation of streetlight poles. So this project is required to support the town's LED streetlight replacement program. To assist with funding cash flow, there's a desire to defer and phase the multi-million-dollar LED streetlight replacement strategy. As many of the town's streetlight poles are either approaching or at the end of their service life, the poles require a detailed inspection by a specialty firm to assess the remaining service life. These steel poles have been found to be corroding at the base in some instances, and although they appear structurally sound, they may not be, and could begin to fall. We've actually had a couple of poles already do that, so we're very conscious that we're very close to the end of the service life of some of these poles. So the output from the study will be critical in order to either develop a holding strategy for the poles, identify if they need to be replaced in the next year or two, or if we have sufficient flexibility to extend the replacement program. And the budget for this item is $127,000. So projects 23008, 23009, and 23010 are all vehicle and equipment requests to replace existing equipment that is at the end of its service life and needs to be replaced. Project 23000 is for a new removable salt spreader and leaf box to support CPRC and CIES. So this project purchases 1 salt spreader and 3 leaf boxes for 3 one-ton trucks that were purchased last year. So the original budget didn't have sufficient funds for the provisional equipment as a result of some sharp inflationary increases that we observed when we received the pricing back for those units. So the budget for this item is $48,000. So happy to answer any questions on the CIS capital sheets.
Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Molinari, in particular about the Mount Albert storm outfalls and retaining wall. I appreciate that this has been an issue that's been going on for a few years, and it's a complex one. And once we get past the design phase and into execution, my understanding is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but once we get into execution, there will be some cost sharing with the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority, or is it all on our dime?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Currently, it's on our dime. You know, the first part of this thing is to do the design, and through that design, we'll be able to work with LSRCA and others and see if there is some sort of partnership. There was talk about some sort of partnership, but that hasn't been solidified and finalized at this point.
Okay.
But we, like I said, through the design process, we'll have time to be able to have those conversations and incorporate whatever it is we're going to do as part of that.
Understood. Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Roy DiClemente, please go ahead.
I have a few, actually. I'm wondering whether I guess we'll start at the top. The asset management plan, that's an eye-watering amount of money. I'm just wondering if you can shed some light onto how that's split up. I feel like we've done a fair amount of asset management planning over the time I've been on council. Even just looking at a project on the open capital list is $85,000 for a structures asset management plan. So I'd like a bit more information on how that's broken out and what it's for. And Madam Mayor, Mr. Webster has his hand up.
Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Madam Mayor. I concur with the Councillor's observations. Asset management's an interesting area. You can certainly make it into a black box quickly. And as a management team, we've spent the last several months trying to simplify it. We're really looking forward to our workshop on the 14th. Councillor Johns asked very early in his tenure, what's our value of our assets? And when you go to the year-end audit, you can get a very complicated answer because you get book value. So we went with what would it cost to replace your assets now. We thought that was a fair approach. And we have $2.5 billion of assets. I think it's 2.25, if I stand corrected. And we're going to have a session with council that'll walk through. This has been vested in Mike's area and the CIS, maybe unfairly, because about 70% of our assets happen to be in his area. And we actually have very good detail on our roads, water, and sewer programs. We've done a lot, particularly with our water rate and the infrastructure for that. The other areas which represent about 30% being facilities and fleet, and a lot of the discussions we've had today in IT and a whole host of parks and recreation, your parks and your equipment. There's a litany of other areas. We're going to walk through each and every area on the 14th with the principals and the principal staff in those areas explaining, here's what our assets are, here's what we value them at, here's what we're putting away right now on an annual basis, here's what we have in reserve. And we're also going to identify what the future need is. And I can give you a highlight. We're actually doing a very good job compared to a lot of more mature municipalities, but we need to put away more, and it'll be a multi-council term strategy. We're not going to do it in this 4-year term. This program has been vested under Mike's area, under Denny Buskoski, and we're going to free Denny up to start looking at some of these other engagements. As Councillor Carruthers mentioned, you got a litany of projects here. Do you have enough? And Denny's also looking after the downtown revitalizations and others. So we're going to ask CIS to continue to look after their mandate, but we're going to, Mark Valchich through the corporate area is going to start taking a larger role in this. And we're trying to simplify it. And I can be honest with you, the first number I saw on asset management for this year was $2 million. And it was a lot of consultants and project management. And then it was reduced to $1 million. And then it was simplified to $600,000. We do have a revised approach that we think takes ownership at the staff level, limits use of consultants, and it's a lower number than $600,000. So if I could be so kind to ask council, respectfully request that asset management be put on the holder until the 14th, and maybe we can have a really good discussion and get some direction for moving forward and incorporating the proper amount in this budget year.
I would be fine with that. I would hope that on the 14th that we can also have an overview, not just of what has to be done, but what already work we've already done. Because I think that would be helpful for me, given that I think this is my 13th budget. So I may have seen a few of these projects already. Thank you. Just to continue on with the list, I believe it's the road rehabilitation program. There's a picture of a truck with arrows pointing down at pavement. I feel like we had already done, back along the themes of asset management, I thought we had already done an assessment of our road surfaces. This picture has been before us before in another budget binder.
Yep. Through you, Madam Mayor, that is a picture that we provide on each one. It's just a picture of a van, the data collection van. So that van, people will see driving up and down the streets. It measures pavement distresses, cracks and other things in the pavement, and it uses that in its calibration of the pavement condition of that particular roadway. So we end up with a PCI, they called it Pavement Condition Index, for each road, and they collect that data, and that gets put into our pavement management program, which then gets used as a model in order to determine the condition of the road, and then we compare that to all the other roads, and then we deteriorate that road over time to see when it needs to have its rehabilitation completed on it.
So we need to do that process every year, in other words, because I thought when I first saw that picture with the arrows pointing at the pavement, we were doing that assessment and we were building that asset management program so that we could then decide what roads needed to be done in what order. So we have to do it every year?
So what we do is we collect data in year one, and then we do the modeling in year two. So it's really good, especially in the beginning, to be taking regular data points on that, because your roads are almost your most expensive asset in the town, and if you can build what they call deterioration curves based on real good data, then you can predict how that road is going to function over time, and then you can put in your rehabilitation option at the most optimal times. And so that's what we try to do, and especially at the beginning, the more data points you have, the better you are at being able to predict what that is going to look like and how that will deteriorate, and the better you are at being able to manage your network. So that's the rationale for doing it multiple times.
Okay, so then with respect to road deterioration, can you give me an update on what's happening with Rogers Road? Because I don't think it's a road anymore. I think it's just shrubbery and weeds and potholes.
So through you, Madam Mayor, Rogers Road is being designed now. The tender was issued for it. So we will get that particular roadway designed, and then we will put it probably into the 2024 construction, put it as 2024 construction project.
It feels like it's really urgent. I know there's a minimal amount of residents who live there, but it's even just cutting back some of the hedging that's overhanging onto the road, I think would be important, even just from that perspective, to make it more passable.
Through Madam Mayor, we'll have our operations guys go out and have a look and see if there's something they can do, but certainly on the design side, that's already been awarded, and the project is underway now.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. And then the sign retroreflectivity project, I note that in 2022, you only spent 45% of the budget, and you only needed 11,250. Obviously, you want to be doing this each year to make sure that the stop signs are still shiny. Do you still need 25,000?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so that budget, we ended up getting some fantastic pricing when we put that out to tender last time. So we had a 3-year contract, and the town used to do that in-house. And then we shared a unit with Georgina, and the time and the resources that went into managing that particular project was found to be a better fit to shamrock that and have a contractor come in and do it. And when we put that out to tender, we ended up with some fantastic pricing, and we didn't change the budget on it just simply because we believe that when this goes out again, that pricing is going to end up going up, especially with inflation on most of the items that are happening now anyway. That one we just ended up with some really great pricing, and we weren't certain if we'd be able to keep that sort of pricing going forward. So that's why we're at about a 40-50% of the budget.
Thank you. And then just finally, not necessarily a question, but more of a comment. The storm pond monitoring plan and the maintenance portfolio with respect to the provincial downloading, I think we need to be very transparent with the taxpayers about the final costs of these downloadings. So this represents a 0.5% increase on our, if this were to be used using our tax base. And in addition, I believe there's a staffing member that's been requested to associate with this as well. So we need to be very, very clear and transparent with the province and with our taxpayers to say these downloading initiatives have a real cost to our municipality, and here's what it is, so that we can point to it pretty clearly. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just on the item that is 23001 on the regulatory asset management, I just wanted to, acknowledge CAO Webster for helping to lead to pull that item and have a separate meeting specifically for that. I think that acknowledging and standing in front of that is great. The call out of the $2.25 billion in assets is something that I think that gives a lot of us pause, and I think that you made the comment about the 2 million down to the 1 million down to the, we're looking at the 660,000 now. If I'm looking forward to that discussion, to be able to make sure that we have the right tools in place to be able to make sure that that if we know that our house is going to have a roof that's going to leak in 3 years or 5 years, that we have the ability to know that we need to replace it. And I think that given the fact that the town is in a strong financial position the way that we are already, better than our neighbors, we do need to be looking after our house. And I think that the fact that we are in a strong financial position. I'm glad that we can look at 660,000 if it delivers on everything that we're looking for, that we look at as an investment as opposed to a liability. That 660 on 2.25 billion does represent 0.0002% of that of those capital assets, and I would love to make sure that we as a municipality have the tools in place to make sure that we have the vision of the future that will allow us to properly plan in the most financially responsible way. So thank you, CAO Webster.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I know we will discuss asset management in more detail, but since we're raising it here, I'm not sure that the $2 million is actually gone down to 660. It looks like it's just been pushed out. We have 660 for this year, 700 for 2024, 400 for 2025. So it looks like we're still spending close to the $2 million on asset management. If that's what it costs, that's what it costs. But let's not kid ourselves at 660 and done, because it's on our 10-year strategy to be spending 700 next year and 400 the year after that. Also, I note on, and I mean, we can get these questions answered during the workshop, but I noticed that there's project CI 21004, which is an asset management program that was, we committed 62,000 prior to 2022, and then another 60,000 in 2022. Only 10% of that was spent, and now we're closing that. So can we add that to the asset management workshop to find out what happened with that? And the previous year, we had spent 172, and that's only 95%. That was approved in 2020, and we're 95% complete on that. So asset management certainly seems like a big one, but as Councillor John says, it's an important one, so let's make sure we get it right, and I'm looking forward to getting more details on the numbers from these sheets when we talk about asset management. Thanks.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely, we will be able to kind of paint the picture of where all that stuff came from and where we're going. There are two separate asset management plans. So there's a 2022 asset management plan, and there are three plans that are required by legislation that we have to deliver on. So the 2022 plan, there's a 2024 plan, and there's a 2025 plan. And each of those incrementally gets a little bit more complicated, and it requires more assets to be included within that asset management plan. So that's why you see those different areas. It's not that it's been spread out. It's actually it's plans that build on one another to get to the 2025 plan.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions.
Okay, so that's it for our capital program. And next on the list is our 10-year capital, which in the budget binder is Addendum 1, page 7 and 8, and on the website is Addendum 1, page 14 and 15. So, and on the sheet, you'll see maybe a quarter way down the page, it'll say Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services, Road Operations with Project 16087. Being the first project.
I'm with you.
It's an 11 by 17 sheet of paper, yep.
Go ahead. No, we'll color code these the next time. We're having trouble at the end of the day with numbers, but we might be okay with color.
Okay, so I'll start. So some highlights from our 10-year capital include Project 24002, stormwater pond rehabilitation and monitoring. So this is an extensive multi-million-dollar program to clean the town's 58 ponds over time and maintain the stormwater system. There's currently no secure long-term funding source for these works, and a funding strategy will be required through a new fee or rate to accomplish this. So staff are proposing to address this through likely the 2025 AMP or set a rate through the Stormwater Master Plan work, which is likely to be completed in 2024. So the 10-year plan estimates $6.5 million in expenditures, and because those ponds have come in at various times, it is a very significant program that's going to require significant long-term money. The next project I'd like to highlight is CI 24010 and 24011, which is on page 7, which is the structure rehab replacement design and construction. There's two separate projects side by side. So in addition to the two bridges on Town Line Road that have already that have budget approval, the town has 9 bridges and 8 culverts that are typically small in size that will need some rehabilitation works over the next 10 years. And staff will continue to look for grant funding opportunities to assist with their financing. And this is part of what you were speaking to, Councillor Johns. So the designs for bridges 110, Queensville Side Road east of 48, and 108, Doan Road east of Kennedy, are being refreshed for construction in 2024 and 25 respectively. And the 10-year plan estimates about $4.6 million for this work. Project CI 25010 is new sidewalk construction, and there are a number of new sidewalks envisioned from 2024 and beyond. We have a listing that I could share with council if you're interested, but essentially just a couple. So you got Mount Albert Road from Con to the sports complex in 2025, Queensville Side Road from Yonge to Holland River Bridge in 2026. There's 9th Line in Mount Albert, which is programmed for 2028, as well as a number of other locations. So the 10-year forecasted expenditure is in the range of $3.75 million for that particular project. Next item I'd like to bring forward is CI 26001, which is our LED streetlight conversion strategy. So ultimately, the town will replace its old and aging high-pressure sodium lights with efficient LED lighting. The project's being phased based on the pole condition assessment project that we discussed previously. The strategy is to defer expenditures for a few years where possible due to current cost pressures for other priorities such as the bridge replacements and other infrastructure. So ultimately, the LED lighting conversion will replace old infrastructure and reduce costs in the long term, but the savings will take a number of years to be achieved. So our asset management plan will be very helpful with the implementation strategy for this project. So any questions on the 10-year capital forecast?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So I think that, so thank you for pulling those two items, and I think that that's why you could see why the bells were ringing, or the alarm bells were in my head, because you referenced that 9 bridges, 8 culverts, and far right-hand side, 2032, and you're adding money every year, and so the total, 4.6 million for the design and the construction. And then, but for this year, for 2 bridges, it's 4.3. And I get that we've got the split. I acknowledge on the grant too, that's great too, that you've got that source. So the roads, so my question is relating to the roads portion of the 4.3. How much is coming from, and if I'm doing my homework correctly, that would be on the 2023 asset replacement reserve, and it would be coded 2001 reserve roads. How much is coming out of that line, if I'm correct and that's where it's coming from?
I might ask the treasurer to help me with that.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor.
So let me
trying
pull
to-
back a
yes,
bit. How much is coming from the roads reserve to pay for the 4.3 million?
Oh,
Backing out what the Township of Uxbridge is going to pay and backing out any grants.
yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, I'll get the exact page, but I think it's about $1.7 million, but I'll make sure that.
Okay, and if I could continue.
ahead.
So if it is 1.7 million, is that coming out of, I'm looking at this. Is that coming out on this sheet? The money would be coming out of this sheet on the asset replacement?
Yes.
Okay. So currently, if it is 1.7 million, it says that the 2023 budgeted projects is, under roads, is 886,000. Am I correct?
So, through you, Madam Mayor, the 1.7 is in the 2022 budget.
Got
So it's
it.
not in the 2023 column, it's in the 2022. So that's where you'll see the 2.5 million.
Great.
So part of that 2.5 million is for the bridge.
So that being the case, next year, 2023 of uncommitted is 1.5 million. That's sitting there left in reserves.
Right.
So if we have a bridge breakdown next year that we weren't quite sure of, we have 1.5 million to pay for it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes the CIS component of the 2023 operating budget. We'll pass it back to General Manager Marshall.
So through you, Madam Mayor, at this point, I think we're able to go through the recommendations for the CIS component of the budget.
Through Madam Mayor, I just wanted to inquire from council whether there is an appetite to approve the operating in principle and the capital in principle. If so, I can prepare that. Otherwise, I've prepared a series of recommendations just to receive the information for today.
It's your pleasure. Go ahead.
I think we should be consistent and just receive.
So through Madam Mayor, all of the recommendations placed before you are to be received, and I believe there was an additional inquiry to streamline the carry forward capital projects and report back, so that's been included.
I believe that. You move that. Seconded by, thank you. No
Thank you, ma'am.
questions?
Oh.
All in favor? That's carried. Would people like a break? It's 3:40. We have some options.
What else do we have to cover today?
We're scheduled to go to 4. Do we want to move it along, or do we want to take a break until another day and process what we have done? Mr. Webster?
I'll just make an observation, Madam Mayor. I think we had one viewing participant waiting for the emergency services item, and out of respect for that person, that person has left now, so maybe it would be more appropriate to defer it and gives Chief Mackenzie time to be prepared for. We didn't move quite as long as far as we have, but we have the option of adding some sessions in February. That's, you know, that we can make the envelope for this process be what it needs to be. So maybe, I don't know, Madam Clerk, can you recess today's proceedings and just, we continue again on Wednesday, or what would you prefer?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is no requirement to recess today. We can adjourn for today, and there is a placeholder on Wednesday's agenda that talks about the continuation of today. So we will resume based off of the agenda presented by Finance. I believe right now, Finance, we are at Emergency Services, so that's where we would resume. Just to note that there are some community groups that are making a presentation this coming Wednesday, as well as the library, so those are placed at the beginning of the agenda.
Okay. Do we still have an interest in doing legal now? We're all warmed up for you, you know.
Ms. Ingram?
It's just a suggestion.
I just have to find my notes.
Yes.
No problem.
Now's a good time to do it.
The only good news is you won't have to look at these anymore.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
Do we have an appetite to?
We're going to get bigger print.
Bigger print.
And the CAO can't read them. We're in trouble. I can't see them all day.
We were scheduled till 4 o'clock, and if we can deal with one other item in the meantime, then it will, I think, help us in the long run.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might ask if we can bring up on the screen page 41 of the budget book. Unfortunately, I don't have the page reference for the other version that you're looking at, but page 41, it'll bring up the legal and property services. That's it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So basically, legal and property services has a few subject areas that it's responsible for. Principally, we are the primary source of legal services for the town and and council for the town. We look at operational risk for the corporation and gauge that. We carry out the large, not all of it, but a large portion of the transactional work required, so preparing agreements, legal documents, that type of thing. And one of the principal benefits of having an internal legal department is that we have a focus on the customer and the client departments, their businesses, and that is something value added that we add as opposed to external legal. The legal and property services team is currently supported by one full-time law clerk. Her name is Janet Gates, and you're probably all familiar with Janet. She's an excellent law clerk and an excellent employee, We have one vacancy for the associate solicitor position that we will plan to fill this year in 2024 or 2023. And then there's me as a town solicitor. The next slide, please, will identify the key priorities and objectives. We note, or I note, that these are still categorized in the 4 pillars of the strategic plan. They will be categorized, I expect, for the 5 pillars as council has requested. So at the current time, I will address just the 4 pillars at this point. There are some themes, without reading all of the priorities and objectives before council, there are some themes that I might just bring to council's attention when we look at some of our objectives and priorities. Basically, one of the themes is risk management. We're going to look at the risk practices for the corporation as a whole. That includes the insurance program and any risk management practices we might put in place to support that objective. Another theme is to manage the operational risk of the corporation. That's what legal does quite well. We are going to look at the policies and the bylaws for the town this year as well, to see if there's some improvements we can make. We know that council has asked us to review certain policies and bylaws, so we will be doing that, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have specifically for that once I'm through with this slide. And then we will address, as another theme, the impacts that legislation has for the town and its corporation businesses. One notable, obviously, legislation that's come to the foray is both Bill 109 and Bill 23. They're having impacts to the planning and development practices of the town. We will be looking at that. And I'm just scanning through to make sure I've identified sort of the themes of those priorities.
We have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. And I appreciate that this is done with the 4 categories and it will be revised for the 5. When we're looking at environmental protection in particular, I'm hoping that we can speak to environmental protection in the language of the key priorities and objectives, such as bylaw review to protect our natural environment, such as tree preservation bylaw. We're looking at responding to provincial legislation that impacts natural heritage. We are so focused on Bill 23 and what it's doing to development charges. I think we forget about the pieces that erode the protection of the environment. So I'm hoping that we can just tweak the language to really talk about environmental protection. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you for that, Councillor Cruthers.
Councillor Hay, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Ingram. I have a question relating to consistency between this, one of the very first slides we saw this morning that Margot presented, and under municipal excellence, the culture of municipal excellence, it listed specifically that you are currently reviewing the code of conduct to update it and revise it. And so I was wondering if you had a timeline on when that would be completed.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that initiative is a joint project with clerks, so I might mention that. Firstly, we were planning to review the council code of conduct this year, so 2023. I can ask the clerk to speak to it as well if you have anything to add.
Through you, Madam Mayor, given the scope of this particular element of the project, we were anticipating Q2 for the delivery and providing information back to members of council.
Thank
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, move along.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. If those are all the questions for the key priorities and objectives, I'll move on to our metrics. Being new in the town solicitor position here, I have recast the KPIs or metrics for this department, recast them by reducing them to be blunt. There's a couple of KPIs that I thought were meaningful to put before council at this point in time. As you may recall, this department used to have clerks and also bylaws, I think. And then it became legal and property services. So reviewing the metrics, I thought that what would be meaningful to share with you is one metric which is still, was in previous budgets, the insurance claims against the town. That indicates that the claims against the town has made a marked reduction, which is a good thing. Not sure if it will be forever, given the litigious environment we sometimes find ourselves in these days, but in any event, that will give you an idea that something's going right here at the town, because the insurance claims are going down. The second metric is new legal matters. In prior budgets, we used to have land acquisition as a metric, and we used to have LPAT matters tracked as an initiative, but when we looked at it at a more granular level in the metrics, it became apparent to me that we can track all of that under one heading, which are new legal matters, because every time we open up a new matter or a new matter comes to the legal department, we open up a matter to reflect that. It's not, so it's never something that we keep. For instance, if you have a project, we don't keep the same legal number. We track every new situation. So it gives a sense of perspective on how many files that the internal people are working on for the town at any given time. Similarly, we used to have a subdivision registration metric, but we don't, we tracked it per subdivision, but subdivision work at the legal or in terms of a legal involvement can be very significant. And so tracking one subdivision matter would not give anybody a sense of proportion of how much work that is internally. So it was, again, a metric that I didn't think would bring the best information to council for you to appreciate sort of this. The reason why we have these metrics is to see if the department is really earning their keep or staying afloat or perhaps, coasting. And so I always view these metrics as being very important to establish that, or you might as well not track it. Were there any questions about the metrics?
Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I just want to acknowledge, like I thought Mr. Molinari had a busy department, but when you look at files initiated by the legal team, like I actually wrote down wild in my notes, like that data point blew me away that you were driving that many files out of the office every day. And so I just wanted to commend you on your hard work and because that's progressive work. And so thank you, and thank you for documenting in that way.
You're welcome. Thank you for that.
We have another question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to our presenter. I want to second what Councillor John said. I agree that is tremendous amount of files that we have going here. But I'm curious about the significant drop from 2019 to 2020 for claims against the town. Well, I'm happy about this. I'd love to understand it a little better. Is that related to COVID restrictions where people weren't coming to our facilities as much as they used to, and therefore no more slip and fall claims and things like that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that is related to COVID. I can go back and look at it to give you more granular information about the claims, but everybody's nodding. It's likely because of COVID, because a lot of these claims are slip and falls. So if people aren't out and about, they're not slipping and falling on our pavements. And so that is my sense of it, but, you know, to give you more granular information, I'm happy to do that.
Not necessary, but thank you for answering that. There's a lot of it going around.
Through you, Madam
Please.
Mayor, I'll continue then.
Yes, please.
All right, so the next slide is basically just an introduction to the budget that's before you. Happily, as legal, we don't have any capital budget. We only have an operating budget, and our assets are our people, rather than our mowers and our turners and our trucks. Although I would like a truck eventually for the department.
Big one.
But it will not be accommodated in this budget because it's spoken for. So if I may, I will get right to the heart of the issue, which is the variance schedule, or the variance column of the schedule, so we can conclude in record timing, which I am famous for in my few words. So the salaries and benefits, the variance there goes up just slightly. I'm advised those are the step increases in the cost of living, the benefit cost adjustments, so nothing material from a salary perspective. In terms of the $11,000 variance, which you see in legal services, for legal services, that's gone up slightly. I'll tell you that the average that was spent in the last few years was slightly higher than $60,000 a year. That was largely because of the cannabis legislation that came out of the blue. Perhaps we will see some out of the blue, out of the legislation that we've seen being passed by the province for the town, and maybe these costs will go up. It's hard to say. All I can suggest to you when doing a budget is that it is my very best forecast based upon past and my predictions for the future. This speaks to legal services cost to retain external legal services on a case-by-case basis. It by no means represents all of the external legal fees that the town will spend for external counsel. As you know, we have other specialized areas that we hire and we retain and have on a retainer basis for other areas that I could not, as a town solicitor, either because I'm conflicted out, or I don't have the time, or I don't have the specialized expertise. A lawyer cannot be an expert at all areas, and nor could one lawyer or a legal department internally cover all areas for a government as complex as a municipal government. So this 60,000 represents perhaps when legal services requires a second opinion to mine that's been provided, but extensive external legal fees. Sometimes are covered by capital projects, as you've seen when you've seen other specialized people come in to speak to issues. They're being charged out possibly by capital projects or by the operating budgets of the other departments. Whether or not they're a line item in their budget, I'm not sure. But this line item is for very limited use. The 60,000 is for very limited purposes. The savings to offset the additional amounts that I just spoke of is in the next variance item. That's materials and supplies. We were able to reduce that budget significantly because basically because of modernization and technology. The internet, love it or hate it, it's been great for research in terms of legal precedents. I wouldn't have said that 15 years ago, but I've changed my tune. You can pretty much find anything on Google if you're looking for it, including legal cases. So the need for subscriptions where we paid for fairly heavy fees going up and up and up. I don't think we have to do that anymore, and that's why there's a significant reduction in the publication section. Finally, the training professional development went up by $4,500. I'm cognizant that we're taking on a new lawyer this year. I'm also of the view that with COVID or the practices of COVID being put in the rear view mirror to some extent, we will be going to more in-person conferences. There will be networking engagements associated with that. So we won't be able to just take all our meetings and our conferences in a Teams meeting going forward. So there will be some cost to attend those conferences, and that's where that budget item comes from. Finally, the user fees that we have in the past received, we're quoting the same amount of money for user fees of $95,000. That's an estimate. It's never necessarily carved in stone, but based upon the past history, we kept the same number. So if that represents very little in terms of what it does to the bottom line of the town's overall corporation costs, it's I'm relying on finance for this. It's about 2% of the town's total operating expenditures, which is basically salary-based expenditures for legal services. And with that, I will conclude the budget summary, and I'll take any questions, if you have any, please.
Thank you. Councillor LaHaye, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So you mentioned that you're taking on a new lawyer this year, and is that salary included in the 2023 budget under the line 560,424, or will there be an additional?
It's included.
Okay, thank you.
It was a carryover, Councillor Leahy, from the previous year where it had been allocated the money, but it was never filled. When I arrived, we had to assess sort of what kind of lawyer or what specialty of lawyer to hire, and that's what I've done at this point. So we're ready to fill that position. Thank you.
Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Ms. Ingram. The fee of $95,000 of user fees, would that be things like fines, penalties that we put in place?
It's actually, I think, agreement preparation. So when we when there's a subdivision, if there's a site plan agreement, or even if we provide comments, that type of thing, if we prepare something, we charge a fee. So it's pursuant to our fees and charges bylaw. There's also user fees for something else, but I don't have that information for you, but the sense of it is it's mostly because of work we do.
Okay, well, that's not an insignificant amount of money, so good on you. Thank you.
Any other questions? See none, thank you very much. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Crone, sir. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor, that update was received from Legal Services. I believe right now council would simply proceed with the balance of the agenda, which is to review the schedule ahead for the next budget committee meetings and the adjournment motion.
The dates that are in front of us are a continuation of the 2023 proposed business plan and budget deliberation for Wednesday, February 1st at 9 a.m. and Wednesday, February 8th at 9 a.m., and that's only if required.
We'll need
We'll need them. So could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, all those in favor? And that's carried. And with that, we have an adjournment. Be it resolved that the meeting of Budget Committee adjourn at 4:07 p.m. Moved by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, staff. I know it's been a long day. I know that you've spent hours and hours preparing, and it certainly showed. You've been right on the mark with all the statistics, and the amount of work that you've put into this is certainly recognized by all members of council. So thank you very much, and we'll finish her up in the next couple of days. Thank you.